Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, folks. I apologize for the few minutes delay. We're a little late. Had some technical difficulties. I'll be with you in just a moment here. Alright, I'm here. And so are you. Welcome, welcome. Let's turn this down. How you doing today, chat? Happy Sunday. Hope you had a good weekend. Here I am! Hello, hello! And as promised, our little our chat box has stuck around. Let me see who's here. Haruru Kenshi, first one in here today. Saw that I was running a bit late. Yeah, we had technical difficulties. I'll talk about those in a second. Although they're not terribly relevant anymore because I fixed them. How you doing, Haruru? Good to see you. Followed by Orson. Orson Jr. says, so I was telling my dad I'm going out of, I'm going to my friend's house. And then he said, but you don't have any friends. And he was right, because I'm texting myself right now. Orson. Random and sad, how you doing? I'll be your friend, Orson. Altair, hello, hello, good to see you. Leopold, how you doing? Happy Sunday. Azarol dude, good to see you. Sup? How you doing? Weather is killing you right now, Azarol dude. Same. Luckily I have an AC, but it's been hot. Anywho. Good to see you all. Yeah, we're late, so I'm not gonna talk for very long. I'm gonna throw the game on in a second because it's been a long time since we played Elden Ring. I'm trying to remember. When was it? I think we played Elden Ring maybe on week ago, I think? Sunday? So we played on Sunday, then we played like Undertale on Tuesday, or maybe we played Elden Ring on Tuesday and Undertale on Thursday. I think maybe that's it. But then we did, no, I'm right. Elden Ring was Sunday. Undertale was Tuesday. Our Thursday one was art. That's what it was. To get the art ready for our 800 followers celebration, which was the Catboy experience. I hope you all enjoyed that one. And then we had the Catboy experience, and basically, you know, I've got that pretty close anyway. It's been a long time since we played Elden Ring. There's been like 3 other streams between Elden Ring and today. And it's supposed to be our main game, so I'm kind of itching. I miss it. Azrael Dude says, oh, you have an armored core? You, sir, are rich. I'm assuming you're not talking to me. I do not have an armored core. Been a long time, at least 3 hours. I wish. I almost forget where we've been in Elden Ring. I know relatively where we are, but I gotta reorient myself a little bit. I remember some things. Yeah, we had technical difficulties today. Orson says, I know you're late, but before you do something that you'll regret, maybe you are getting some false positives, but check with your doctor before anything else. What are we gonna name it, Orson? Yeah, for some reason, when I booted everything up, I was actually gonna be early today. When I booted everything up, one of my programs, or 2 of my programs, it was hard to tell, were not working. vBridger, which I use to delegate interactions between one of my PC applications and my iPhone application, and iFacial mocap, which is on iPhone, were not interacting with each other, and nothing I changed on their settings or anything would have it happen, and it wasn't giving me errors. It was just buttons were not establishing the communication that they normally establish. So I had to troubleshoot that, and there was like nothing online for it because they're not the most popular programs. But I figured it out eventually. We just ended up being, you know, like 15 minutes late instead of a little bit early. So I'm gonna jump into Elden Ring shortly. Blobbert, how you doing? I'm back, you cat boy. Oh wait, Blobbert, I'll let that one slide, but I'm not a cat boy, all right? Not today. And there's no Anka dance either. I'm free from that. But I hope you did all very much enjoy the 800 follower celebration, the Catboy experience. It was a fun time. I think it was a pretty good good stream. Anka Dance, what's that? I'm gonna Google it. No, please don't. Wait, Leo, did you not see it last time? Did you not? Oh, you did see it. Okay, good. I thought you did, but I was just making sure. I was like, if I actually like inspired anybody to Google that, I'd be like, please, if you're gonna look it up, at least look it up on YouTube, because then you'll see all the like the sanitized versions that people did. So I don't know if you can or cannot tell, but my voice is a little bit gone today. I'm not really sure why. I haven't been doing a lot of stretching. Stretching. Okay, I read something in here that made me say stretching. I haven't been doing a lot of speaking. I've been doing a little bit of stretching. Go get water. I'm actually quite hydrated. I don't know why, but yeah, my voice is gone a little bit. It just doesn't want to be here. So certain things that I say, you'll hear it kind of like fail to get all the notes that I'm trying to say because it's gone a little bit. He's getting sick. I have been sick a little bit, but I don't know. It hasn't been a throat thing. Safe search always off. Honestly, Leo, I literally always have my safe search off. And like the main thing for me about that is just because I like knowing that I'm actually getting all the results. I don't like my results filtered. Azrael, dude, watch it with the nyas. You got 3 within the last minute. It's not the Catboy stream anymore. If you use them too much, the time, you know what I'll do. I've done it before. I'm gonna go in there and put a higher time requirement on there, or limit it to like 3 per person per stream or something. You better be careful. It's happened before. Yeah. Leo says your results are still filtered, but you do get more. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a search engine out there that doesn't filter your results. There's a few that say they don't, or that they give you the most accurate results, but you're always filtered both between like ways that the company has been paid to filter it, because that definitely happens, and whatever the company's decided your algorithm best fits. So sometimes I like to do my searching in incognito just so the algorithm part doesn't happen. It's like if I search incognito and with safe search off, this doesn't sound good. That sounds like I'm trying to look for something in particular, but it's just like, if you do those 2 things, you reduce the filtering a little bit, at least. You have school tomorrow, Blobbert? Is that a bad thing? I mean, I guess kinda. I say, is that a bad thing? Ultimately, probably a good thing. Having to go there, almost always a bad thing. Leo says, gotta reduce that filtering. That's gonna be my excuse from now on. I was just reducing my filters, I swear. Listen, I'm a grown man. I don't actually need excuses. I was saying it for sure. Well, to you because E Blubbert. Anywho, we can continue to talk, but given the fact that it's already 8:30 and we haven't played Elden for so long, I'm actually going to switch on the game a lot quicker than I usually do. We're gonna figure out where we're at. EA Sports, it's in the game. Do they even say that anymore? I thought they like used to say that and then they got rid of it. I'm a grown man. Wah. That's what Twitter sounded like today. About about Starfield. Some people would consider this a little political, but I'm still going to say it. Lots of grown-ass men throwing tantrums on Twitter today because apparently Starfield lets you choose your pronouns. And they're like, you're using my game as an engine to push your political agendas. And it's like, it's a game that allows you to customize your character. It's a game that lets you customize your character and it's letting you choose pronouns. Get the frick over yourselves. There, I said frick. Blobbert. Is that better? I'm sorry, I hate that kind of person. It's like the game, if you choose like a male body type in the game, it defaults your pronouns to he, him. If you choose a female body type in the game, it defaults your pronouns to she, her. You literally only have to interact with that option if if you want to change them to something else to customize them further. But just by the option being there has gotten a bunch of these like well-known streamer guys to just like put up these massive angry, like on the verge of crying rant videos about how their games have gone woke. Yeah. Maybe they just want clicks, maybe, but I'm still gonna hate on them for it. Yeah. Alright, Azrael dude, you redeem Nya one more time in the next minute, you're getting timed out, and I'm increasing the requirements on that sound redemption, alright? Yeah. And now that goes for you too, Haruru. I've already asked nicely not to overdo it, alright? I shouldn't have to. I'm not in the mood. Timeout for redeems for abusing a redeem after I asked you not to. Azrael dude. You identify as an Apache A-10 helicopter? That's fair, Blobbert, that's fair. Orson says my pronouns are that guy, you there, hey, get over here, you, etc. You know, I'm fine with people who don't wanna, I mean, okay, loosely fine. I'm fine with people who don't want to have to think about pronouns at all. As long as they let other people do them. Now, if those people still use that as an excuse to misgender people all the time, that's not so good. But, it's like, any particular reason why they A10 specifically? Oh. It's just like, I don't know. The reason I said people may consider this political before, also, by the way, the reason I'm kind of pausing a little bit as I talk is I'm trying to figure out why the computer screen is not sharing my game right now. Everything decided to break today. There we go. I fixed it. I don't consider pronouns political, alright? Everybody has the right to identify however the heck they want. The only reason it's political at all is because certain types of people out there are trying to take the rights away from people who want to use different pronouns. That's the only reason it gets political, and then they're upset. What are pronouns? I'm serious. Pronouns are just how somebody wants to be referred to gender-wise, essentially, Blobbert. So, you know, there's a difference between biological sex and gender. So somebody might be, you know, biologically born male, but identify as female. And then the pronouns for that person they might select would be like she, her. But pronouns are also actually just like, even before any gender identity stuff, pronouns are just a part of the English language. He, him, it, they, she, her, those are all just pronouns. It's a proper noun is what it's what it's short for. So it's not a new thing. It's as old as the English language is. Wiki is teacher. These things are just important to me. Anywho, though. We, if I remember correctly, last time... And please speak up if anybody can think of something I've forgotten, because I swear there's something in the back of my mind. I'm like, oh, I didn't explore this part yet. But I think we completed the Syofra River here. And I think, if I remember correctly, on the far side over here, this lift brought us up to part of Caelid that we hadn't been to before. And I think that part of Caelid may potentially get me to the giant pot man that I saw previously many streams back and wanted to approach and tried to approach and couldn't approach because the land was just not built for it. I believe that's the... I've never seen this before. What the heck is this? Don't start casting new spells. I completed this area last time. Don't pull new things out. Ow, I'm just waiting for the Oxford to get rid of all pronouns and everyone will just be like, it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the eventual way, and when I say eventual, I mean like probably hundreds of years. Why am I finding items I never got? Maybe I didn't finish this area as much as I thought. Probably the eventual way it's gonna go, if humans manage to survive, as we'll probably just all use they, them, eventually. That would be my guess. Might not be accurate. Hey Froggy, how's it going? When you were scolding Haruru. That's if you were. I felt like a parent scolding a child. No offense, Haruru. It was more Azrael, dude. But I did throw Haruru in there because as soon as I said, don't redeem it another time this minute, Haruru did it. And I know exactly why. That's just how Haruru is. There's no... no hard feelings there. But, yeah, sometimes... particularly the dude, I don't know if you're still listening, Azrael, but... you do it knowingly. You know, when I say, oh, please stop doing this thing... he just doubles down and does it even more. And I'm like, alright, you gotta remember, there can be consequences. Hey, Cass! Cass, I know you're lurking, but I just want you to know, I have got a marble on my head. I don't know if you can see that. Above my right eye, I have a marble right now. It's on my my little clips. Morning, Elle. How's it going? Can you have it? You wanna eat the marble? You can't eat the marble. So this marble comes from one of Kess's streams recently. So you all ought to go follow Kess. It was a very funny stream. Kess was playing marbles, and I don't know if I want to, like, I'm gonna shoot myself in the foot by bringing this up, but somebody was like somebody had a customized marble, all right? Like we have Altair in here occasionally has a customized marble. So somebody had a fancy customized marble in the marbles game, and somebody else was like, how do I customize my balls? They meant the marbles, but that's what they said. And it got Kess laughing. And I responded to that person, glitter works well. And man, saying that just changed the destination of that stream massively. We started talking about glittery balls for such a long time. How do I customize my balls wiki? Hey, listen, I was quoting somebody else. You can't attribute a quote to me when I'm talking about what somebody else said. I mean, I guess you can. There's no rules against it. But the stream started talking about glittery balls, all right? And meanwhile, Kess was playing marbles. And it was originally going to be an art stream, but it became like a ball stream instead. You had to be there, all right? Follow Kess. You can go watch the VOD. But, anyway, as fate would have it, I happened to win the marbles tournament that Kess was having. And the reward, Kess decided, was to make a customized marble. And because the whole glittery ball situation came up, I got a glittery marble with a little paw on it. So anyway, let me, became a ball stream, Winky. God dang it. Not only quoting all the sus things, but also calling me Winky. Why does it correct to Winky? I don't know. I don't know. I've had some pretty strange autocorrects. Sometimes I'll write an actual word and it will autocorrect to something really strange. But anyway, I gotta show you guys this because I know I'm far away right now. So let me get close up. All right. It's about as close as I can get, but you see that? Got like this sparkly purple. It's a purple marble with some details on it. It's got like pink sparkles and blue sparkles and a cat paw. Yeah. Yeah. So many good quotes. It's cheating though, because it's cheating because these all come out of the Kess stream. I'm just telling a story. Listen, these aren't new quotes. Elsa's glittery balls. That's it. Oh, hold on. It's scrolled. Glittery balls. That's an interesting way to do makeup for date night. Okay, I'm gonna take myself out. You probably wish I didn't scroll back up and read that message, huh, El? Imagine writing words. Well, let me see what you guys are saying. Relevant to the internet and hilarious for the out-of-context interpretation. But anyway, that stream became hilarious. Hold on, Darius wants to go out. Yay, we got the daily Darius interruption. Can we get some Dariuses in chat? I'm gonna put some here. This is my cat, Darius. And it was usually the fact that every stream he interrupted it at least once, wanting to either come in or go out. But for whatever reason, he decided not to interrupt the Catboy experience. So we didn't have a Darius interruption then, so I missed one. Hey, Black the Knave, welcome. All right, I will stretch as I talk. But anyway, yeah, that was the fun time glittery ball stream over on Castrelia's channel. So let me actually do a shout out here too, because I'm like, follow Kess. If you guys don't know Kess's exact name, there we go. Go follow Kess. And that's why I've got a marble in my hair. Darius knew that stream was too good to interrupt. Yeah, that was his present to you guys. He was like, I'm not gonna interrupt the Catboy stream. Oh, come on, Blobbert. Alright. So here we are. I peeked out here last time. And then I basically just noped. Then I basically noped out. Because I saw that thing over there. which I can't tell exactly what it is. It's probably some kind of weird Kalid bear. I guess that's what it looks like. Probably kind of difficult. But I want to go that way first because maybe there's like an item on the cliff or something. I know that right here was a place that I've been trying to get to for a while. On a previous stream, I went down here through the Aeonia swamp and went up north and was following like this chasm here because I was trying to get to where I am now. But right around here, I think, I found that it was like a sheer cliff face upward, and there was no way for me to get up there. So apparently the way you get up there is through Siofra. Once again, a cool way that Miyazaki has looped the worlds around so that they have shortcuts and things like that. Because Deep Siofra well here, where I came in, was over here. So it went all the way underground through here and then came up over here. So that's really cool. And the reason I was trying to get up here originally is because I basically reverse engineered my way from looking at this place. Because from a distance I saw that there was a giant pot character over here. And I wanted to meet him. So I was looking at the ground. And I was like, okay, maybe I can get in from this way. But I couldn't. Because everything was too big a fall. And it didn't quite connect anyway. So then I was like, okay, I must have to get in through here. And we just went over how that went. Elle, enjoy your food! Thank you for being here. Alright, so partly that was for you guys, to remind you where we were at. Partly that was for me, because it's been a little while. So I want to go that direction where the bear is, because that's going to take me toward the cliff face that I previously encountered, and there's probably some item over there. And then I want to go that direction, which may or may not have an Everjail, because I've only ever really seen those little purple light watcher things around Everjails. See if I can meet the giant pot dude. Sound like a plan? Actually, hold on. I don't know if I actually rested at this or not. Yeah, I will. I want to go the direction the bear is in. Is that even a sus quote, Blobbert? I mean, I get that there's another meaning for bear out there. But I don't know if anybody's gonna jump to that one. Now, part of the plan, you're loving the wiki, yeah. I've already asked that people try not to abuse it too much on this stream, so that I don't have to like severely dial back. Somebody already started earlier, just so I don't have to severely dial back like how much people can use it, either like increasing the price or the cooldown or whatever. But we'll see. It's kind of on you guys a little bit, I suppose. It's not, it just sounds like you're trying to get offed by a bear. He probably is gonna kill me. Because this is like a Kalid version of a rune bear, and I think it's even bigger. And the rune bears were already rough. Good. Uh-oh. Whoop. Alright, if I can keep them staggered often, it's not going to be as bad as it... Ooh. Does that bleed? Alright, we got him. I actually dodged pretty well there. I'm kind of proud of that. I was a little bit afraid of going into that fight because it's been a while since Elden Ring, and I was like, is my muscle memory intact? Alright. He did not destroy me. And as I predicted, you know, big brain me, there is an item over here. Purple one. Let's not fall off the cliff, though. Stone sword key. Alright. I'll take it. I gotta say, Elden Ring... I mean, it's a good item, I'm not gonna lie. Elden Ring is a little bit boring about the loot sometimes. That one's not so bad, but there's been the occasion I've fought through like an army of enemies to get to a single item that I saw that they were all guarding, and I pick it up and it will be like blood rose. A piece of glass. I mean, like, if it was like the garbage equivalent, at least I know it's just the game being Dark Souls like. That's just Miyazaki being Miyazaki, right? He's got to occasionally give you a piece of rubbish for effort. But I think that a lot of the Elden Ring loot, that's the word I'm looking for. I think a lot of the Elden Ring loot is underwhelming without intending to be. It doesn't feel as intentional as like, I'm gonna put rubbish here. It's like, we put a purple item. But it's like another one of those things you have a million of. And I guess it probably needs to be done that way because this is an open world game. And you can't have amazing loot everywhere if the world's going to be this big. And you also don't want to have the world barren of loot. So it's probably the right decision. And I feel like anytime you're in somewhere like Stormvale, one of the segmented off places like Stormvale or Raya Lucaria or something, it's a little bit better about it, so it's probably the right design. But there's just a lot of times I go through something like that and I'm like, huh. little let down. Good job, Traveler. Take this reward as a sign of our appreciation. Congratulations, you received a pebble. You know, I don't know, Blobbert, are you familiar with Dark Souls 3? Because they literally had pebbles in that game. Leo says, just to remind you of how the real world, your escaping can be, so you stay sucked into the game. Yeah. Real world, we could do better. That's all I'm gonna say. There's been a lot of like, this has been a little bit of a trying week. And I don't want to like have the conversations get too negative in here because I'm like really excited to be back with you guys. I missed you guys. There's been a lot of people who have tried to create drama either for me or for friends of mine or members of the community outside of stream time lately. And none of them are here. You guys are all great. Anybody who's any of like the regular names you see around here, you guys are cool. If anything, you guys have been, who's trying to fight me? You guys have been victims of some of these things, but as far as I protect you guys from them. But sometimes you don't realize how many things happen outside of stream. There's been some drama starters. The more my numbers have gone up in terms of follows and things like that, the more there's been people who have tried to start things or try to use me for clout. And I'm not even that big yet. So it's a scary world out there. A lot of parasocialism. A lot of trying to use others or stand on others. And like, I've got no problem with people doing things for clout either. I've actually been outspoken about this before. If you're doing something for clout, but there's like some element of, like if both people are benefiting from it, I think that's what I should say. Like if it's consensual, mutual clout gaining, I have no problem with people who have no interest being friends together or anything like that, streaming together just for the sheer purpose of getting their numbers up. That's just business. Yeah, exactly, Leo. That's a good way of putting it. Symbiotic is great. Predatory, not so. And it wasn't that long ago that I had somebody, I'm not going to name names, this might be specific enough that some people might be able to figure out just from me saying it, and if you do, I'd ask that you don't name names either. But there was some time, like, not that long ago, I did one of my things there where I was like, oh, the last group of people that I met through Twitter were so cool and I made some new friends, including Peony. through like doing collaborations and things that I found from Twitter. So I want to meet new people. I was like, anybody else want to meet up and potentially collaborate in the future? And I had somebody be like, I'd like to. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll take note of that. That's no problem. And then next thing I know, this person is announcing future collaborations with me on their channel, even though we had never talked any more than just that one response on Twitter. So I started announcing collaborations. I'm like, okay, I guess that's fine. Like, they're just excited. I can talk to them about this. And then they do it multiple times. And then they start talking about, like, the number difference. Because this person didn't have that many followers, and I don't consider myself as having that many followers either, but comparatively, I don't mind streaming with people who are a lot smaller than I am. And I guess this person was kind of taking advantage of it. And there was a lot of other red flags. I don't want to go into even more specifics, and I don't want to like continue going on about it too much. But this same person went on to create all kinds of drama for a bunch of my friends too. And like, that's the kind of thing I hate to see. And I do my best to protect you guys all from that stuff. Occasionally, and this happened this week too, an art bot or something, or an art scammer will, you know, click through to my Discord from Twitter, and I don't catch that that's who they are until I then start getting messages from my friends who are like, hey, this person from your Discord has been DMing me, trying to like commission, like get me to commission them for art, and their page looks really sketchy. And then they just kind of like use my whole following list on Discord to start trying to message people and get them to get art from them. So I don't know, there's a lot of predators out there. Be careful, guys. I do my best to protect you from them, but between drama causers, clout chasers, scammers, bots, people who are trying to like hack your account, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. Sometimes I get tired from it. I'm like, come on. I just wanted to record like a YouTube video or something to give people extra content tonight, and instead I spent my whole night putting up protections against somebody who wanted to invade the community. Yeah, I think you know about the incident, Manny, yeah, because it did affect a lot of people too. Anyway, hold on, let me scroll out and see what you guys are saying, because I was doing a little bit of fighting while I was talking, so I couldn't have it be two-way as much as I wanted. Let's see. Aegon wasn't in here early today. Aegon's probably got some stuff going on. I know, like, school's starting back up and all that. I never give anybody a hard time if they're not around. But I know you gotta establish your early gang, Haruru. You gotta get the early people talking before the stream starts. Wiki saying we're cool. Yeah! I mean it. Orson says, can one streamer talk about another streamer without telling them, saying good or bad things, or streamers are not allowed to talk about it? You can talk about other streamers. I mean, like, I've talked about Iron Mouse and stuff in this stream before, and I haven't gone and gotten permission from Iron Mouse to talk about her. I think those things are just inevitable to happen. I'm sure my name comes up on streams that I'm not in. It has to, because there's been quite a few times that I've joined into a stream randomly, and I hear my name come up. I could have just been a few seconds off and not heard it. Oftentimes it's flattering, so I appreciate it. I like that my name's getting around. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm wearing a lot of... I talked about the marble, but I'm wearing a lot of stuff people have made for me today. The marble on my right side here, your left, my right, is the one we talked about from Kessa's glittery ball stream. And then I got this pin in my hair made by Peony Astera. back from my birthday stream, as well as this one right there, the Squiddy Cat that's on the base of my hood. I just felt like wearing a bunch of stuff today. Applaud this man is keeping us safe. Just I don't want a party thrown for me, but I do want to say this applies to a lot of other streamers as well. Just try to remember that streamers go through so much sometimes off stream just to make sure that the community is safe and protected, and things are getting better for the community, and that things are being worked on and nothing gets stale and this or that. A lot of it is not that unfamiliar to me because a lot of it is similar to stuff I've done professionally, and I've been streaming for 3 years, but especially like some of the streamers who've been streaming for a shorter time, I think they're the ones that deserve the applause for like managing to do all of this right at the get-go. It can be a lot. Elsa's keeping us so safe, I was oblivious to whatever happened. Yeah, I threw like one message out about one of the things, L, in the mod chat sometime back, but for the most part, like, if I can take care of it, I don't even bother my mods with it. From Kessa's Glittery Ball Stream Wiki, yeah, I did say that. Hey, Hobo! Man, if patches were easier to place / remove, then I'd have some on my jacket. Oh, I'm gonna be real, Hobo. For a second, since I'm playing Elden Ring, I thought you were talking about patches from this game. But yeah, I wish it was so easy in real life, because I'd definitely like be changing out accessories on my stuff all the time too. How you doing today? Do you prefer Hobo or Sorcerer? Also, I thought that might come across like Patches, yeah. I forget what he's called in this. He's not Patches the hyena. He's Patches the untouchable. Patches the maidenless. Hobo's easier and I take pride in my vagrant magic. Right, fair. How you doing today? Pancake, just pancake. Alright, let me get back into the game. Because I don't know if it was impressive or not. Probably not. I think my level's a little bit high for this now. I just sort of casually fought my way through all of this while talking to you guys about about the channel. I kind of like blacked out in terms of the game a little bit. I'm like aware that I fought a couple of giants, but I didn't really think about the fact that I was fighting giants. I just kind of ran through here, took out the giants, took out whatever else, I guess those Everjail watchers. And it looks like our path to the giant jar is open. Now there is a chance that this giant jar is a boss fight, because most of the jars that I've met in this game have been bad. But if this is a boss fight, then this is a very cruel-sized arena for a boss that is so big. Hey, Mark! No, you didn't miss too much. I think you probably came at a good time because I'm approaching the giant jar. Oh yeah, this is my first time, yes. I beat Radon though. That's like the big accomplishment I did last time. And we got this place that I haven't visited yet, the Starfall crater. Spoilers will be bonked. Careful. My mods will get you. Part of me almost feels like I got a mod Haruru Kenshi during the Elden Ring streams. And I'm sorry to hear you got a sore throat, Hobo. There's been a lot of stuff going around, and unfortunately new strains of sort of the big one. So hopefully it's not that. I've been suffering lately too, but I think it's because I have an untreated cavity that's starting to radiate pain to the side of my face. And I'm not gonna elaborate anymore, but I should probably get it taken care of so it doesn't get worse. This guy is real intimidating, but I just guess I'm gonna bite the bullet and approach him. Talk. Ooh, he rumbles. You can now see the Knight of the Great Jar's red summon sign. Oh. Interesting. Drink some honey and lime, it helps a lot. I haven't drank lime before. Definitely the honey thing has helped me, personally. Alright, what am I proving myself here? Let's see, who do I want to fight? This guy's got a big curved sword? Heck no. Never want to fight the curved sword. This guy's double katanas. I mean, that's a kind of another big yikes. Oh, and this guy is the dex user with the knife. You know what? I'm not afraid of you, Knight of the Great Jar. Let's take you. Can I, does this game have Dark Souls 1? Like, can I backstab you as you come out? Well? Huh. It appears... It appears that they're a little bit strong. I did get hit by some kind of special attack from him there, so... Maybe I can give that another try. Just have to not get hit. That's not so bad. Ooh. Where is your pokey chest? Here we go. Hey. Gets one shot. It appears they're a bit strong. Yeah, just a little bit, you know? Just a little strong. Shoot it. There we go. Go, Torrent! Outspeed his arrow! Go! Yup, yup! That's the only arrow you'll ever be able to fire off. Except this one, I suppose. Okay, well, this is the only arrow you'll ever be able to fire off. Alright? Whee! Okay, so I guess in order to judge whether or not it makes sense for me to try and fight this Knight of the Great Jar, I need to land a hit. I need to land a hit and see how much damage I do. I think I'm still gonna choose the same guy even if he has a fancy attack like that. Because I really don't want to fight the curved sword, and I already know that the katana wielder has got to have a fancy attack too. Wait, is it different? Oh no. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Are these other players? Or maybe just based on other players? Okay, that guy's the same. Let's go with the guy with the strange hat. Or girl, hard to tell. Kills an entire giant. Gets one-shot by Red Boy. That's how it goes sometimes. That's life. It doesn't always give you lemons. Sometimes it gives you terminal diseases. Alright, so they do have a lot of health also. Oh! Can you not with that? Come on. Oh, there's a fog wall now. Okay. Well, that that was a little unexpected. That threw me off. Because I was like, I can continue to dodge backwards and heal. Apparently they threw a fog wall up. Good to know. You bet the two curved greatswords is Matra? Maybe. These are taken from real player data, if you remember correctly. People from this area, I think. Before that, it was some other means. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Your Moonveil virginity was taken by an NPC. Is that actually, like, Moonveil? Those great Jar Knights are next level. They're pretty tough, not gonna lie. It's weird, cause like, these enemies leading up to it really aren't tough. Even if they don't fall in such a way that I can stab their chest. By the way, that seems to be a very Elden Ring style problem I've noticed. Because I have not had difficulties in the other Souls games getting my critical hits in. When an enemy is like staggered or whatever, and I can go do a critical hit, whatever it's called in the individual game. I've never had a hard time, but in Elden Ring, probably more often than not, I can't hit them just because they fall in such a way that their, like, point to strike is inside some of the topography of the area. Or geography, I should say. Might vanish for now, gonna play with your brother, but have fun with the game. Thank you for being here, Hobo. I hope you had fun while you were here and enjoy your game. No bonking today, for now. I haven't seen anything bonk-worthy yet. I heard Moonveil, but that's not a... It's not a, it's not a new term for the Souls games. Alright, who do we have? Big great sword man. Another two katanas boy. Two katanas boys that look very similar. I'm gonna fight the great sword user. I hate the two katanas. Alright, so now I know that they spawn a fog wall behind me. That would have been good info to have last time. Hey you, come here. Oh, he got his hit in first. Okay. Oh, not the jump attacks. What is that attack? Oh, you got a lot of health. You got more health than the other person. Whoop. Whoop. You using a Ash of War, is it? Oh, you got me out of the air. He's gonna try and push this one. He didn't. Not with the jump attacks, huh? Only I can do that. Say like that. I kinda don't want you to have the high ground. Oh, blood loss. Wait, he had bleed on a greatsword? I guess that's I guess that's doable in Elden Ring. I hadn't really thought about that before. It's not something I typically think of. You're always here when Ricky streams Elden Ring, aka all the time, but I know nothing about Elden Ring, so I wouldn't even know what would be spoilers. It's fair. I think Haruru's got you there. Leo would too. Which seems to be why it got you weren't thinking to pay attention to your build-up. No, to be honest, I did not notice he was doing bleed on me. That is a lack of attention paid on my part. I was focusing too much on where he was, I suppose. But I kind of forgot that you could change up the aspects of your weapon like that. I mean, it's not like there's never been a big sword that's done bleed in the Souls games. I just didn't didn't expect it to be on a weapon that looked like that, alright? You've wasted like 300 channel points on those? It's completely up to you what you use your channel points on. If you like the sound of wah 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 wah, then who's to tell you should spend it in any other way, Blobbert? I always forget, though, how much is the standard amount of channel points someone tends to get during a 1 hour period of streaming. I just try not to price my things too heavily. Although some of my most heavily priced things are some of the ones that people redeem the most. Yeah. Alright. I actually did pretty good against Greatsword Man. I thought I was gonna beat him. Did not notice the bleeding. What is this guy? A fist and a shield? Are you just like not showing the fact that you have a catalyst in your hand or a staff or something? And this guy's got a sword and a shield. This guy is probably a problem. But I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by it. You blocked that, huh? Stop throwing things. Wow. That person, the person was not super impressive. All right. I defeated your champion. God. You know what? I'll applaud that. I think that's about right. Now what? Do I have to fight the other ones? Please don't tell me I have to defeat all 3 in a single go. I thought I was choosing, but apparently I was just choosing who level 1 was gonna be. Aw, man, the timing. Ow. You with your fire sword, huh? Oh, we both did the jump attack. Stay back. Stay back. I don't like you. Stop. You walked right into that one. And that one. I walked right into that one. Ouch. Ah, he got me. You like his shield? It's a pretty nice shield. I don't know if I have that one yet. Alright, well, let's go see if I need to defeat all three at once, or if there's only going to be 2 signs. Information gathering. If I have to defeat all 3 at once, then I'm going to start changing my logic around a little bit. I've been trying to pick whichever one looked like it would be the easiest for me to fight. If I have to defeat all 3, then we are going to start fighting whichever looks like the most difficult one for me to fight. And then work my way down from there, so that there's less likelihood to waste time on it. Ow. Stop it with the stompies. Really? I can't stab you there? Really? Come on, Elden Ring. Come on, man. Hey, Nid! Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing today? Mark says, now I'm just wondering if the almighty jar will fight you if you attack it. I'm kind of wondering that too. It's possible. It'd be one of 2 things, I think. Either I'd attack it and it would be essentially the same as attacking a wall, and there'd be like no effect. Or it would be one of those NPCs that I could get into an optional boss battle with by attacking it, but it'd be ridiculously tough. Like the dragon in Dark Souls 1. Or the dragon in Dark Souls 2. Leo says, I wonder if I could add my guy to your selection of opponents if I enter the arena with gear, or it takes from a pool from other people doing the same fights. That would be interesting to know. I bet Google will tell you. I bet somebody's figured it out. People are crazy about finding all the data about these games. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we have 3 signs here again, which leads me to believe you have to beat them all at once. This guy's got a pole arm and a big shield, which could be a problem. This guy's got a great sword. This guy's got, like, the bonfire sword from Dark Souls 3. Let me fight him. Now, it's quite possible we'll have to come back and do this a little bit later. Not to say that it's impossible now. Everything's possible at level 1 in these games. Come on, that should have hit. What was that effect you just did on me? His weapon, his attack did something to me. It's got like black flame. And he's using madness. I don't really know the benefit of that. Ow. Why did your charge attack get off sooner? I started mine first. Ah, yes, that sword. That's informative to my earlier question, I think. Is it? Alright, I think I'm gonna give one more try to this, and if I can't do it, we'll come back and do it later. Because it's been... I think I've defeated the first person of the 3 once. They're clearly very statted up in this area. Makes me wonder what you get as a reward. I swear though, if it's like... if it's like a friggin' stone sword key or something, I'm uninstalling. Aegon, hello! We missed you. Good to see you. How you doing today? Ears up, cat boy. Alright, boomer. Okay, boomer. Nid says my Elden ass descending from the heavens in full Sephiroth cosplay to stab Ricky. Speaking of Sephiroth, somebody did send me the trailer for the new Final Fantasy VII Remake part that's coming out to react to it, so I decided not to watch it off stream. I've seen some things about it because the internet was definitely in an uproar, both positively and negatively, depending on who you asked about it. But at some point in this stream, I might... Oh man, come on. Some point in this stream, I might take the opportunity to pause and watch that. You mean Ever Crisis or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Honestly, I don't pay attention anymore. I am a hater. If Final Fantasy VII Remake has one hater, I am that hater. If it has 1,000 haters, I am one of them. Whatever the copy pasta goes like. I hate so many aspects of it. And I loved the original game. And that's probably why, because I went through most of my life waiting for them to do a remake of Final Fantasy VII. And they called it a Final Fantasy VII remake, but that really isn't what it is. It's more like a rewrite. But even then, that's not right, because it hinges on you knowing what happened in the original Final Fantasy VII. It's more like a continuation of the story, but through an alternate universe. It's definitely not what was promised, and I think they did a lot of things really poorly. That being said, I can take off my own bias goggles. I can take off my own bias goggles about the game and say that I legitimately think that the Final Fantasy VII Remake is a good game. That might sound really weird after what I just said, but I had got a degree in game development and I've played them my whole life. I can do a I can try and do a pretty objective look at things, and honestly, like, there's a lot of content, a lot of gameplay for your buck, pretty decent music, pretty decent side quests, pretty decent voice acting, the graphics are great, the story is okay if you don't have the same hang-ups and maybe prior knowledge that I do. I think I'd legitimately say that I think the game is good, but I absolutely hate it. Because Ever Crisis is coming out in 5 days, and I can't wait to play it. I mean, that's perfectly fair. Ooh, look at that! I never noticed the giant skull in the wall. I don't think I took this angle. You guys see that? Look at the skull on the side of the cliff. That's interesting. Sorry, ADD. I think you're being far too kind. I might go the other way and say I think you've had a harder time being objective about games than I. Or maybe you're just more opinionated about games. Well, no, I doubt that's the case because I've spent so much time studying it. But just like looking at it from the, I don't know, I can't say mathematical, scientific isn't right either. Just taking the objective approach, the game covers most of what you need to cover to be a good game. And also, like, most people who play it really like it. I think that also I think that also has to be said to play a part in judging whether the game is good or not. Depends on the audience reaction. It always agitated me a little bit because I hate the game, so everybody I talk to is like, I love it, it's so good. I'm like, I know. Wiki's hate for Final Fantasy VII Remake is equivalent to me on Final Fantasy 14. Oh, really? You hate 14, Haruru? I didn't know that. But, like, would you also say that 14 is a good game? You just hate it? Because if so, we're kind of on the same page. I'm gonna take on this guy. I don't like the look of his katana, but that might be a good reason to fight him. To be honest. Since I apparently have to defeat everybody here. Man, I gotta get that timing right, because I would love to be able to get a sucker punch in at the beginning of this fight. That would be very beneficial. Whoa! I couldn't even roll. I was jamming on the roll button. Okay, so I think that confirms it at the moment. I've got other things I want to do in Elden Ring tonight. I think we're going to step away from this area and try some other things. Get stun locked, yeah. Because all but that pathetic little guy that was using... and I'm sorry, if on the tiniest chance the person who that was ever sees this, or if any of you use a similar fighting style, there's probably something to it if it's not being controlled by an NPC. But whatever that pathetic guy was that was using his fists and a shield, he's literally the only one that I was able to beat. So, I'd say the odds of me getting through 3 of them on a single life, probably not too high. Oh. Oh. Alright. Oh, can I get you? Thank you. I don't want them to hide their weak points. If Final Fantasy VII has a hater, it's me, proceeds to tell me I'm not being objective. Are you not able to differentiate between jokes for entertainment and... Anyway, it's not important. I think it's definitely a good game. I think I hate it. And both of those, even if one of them is attempted to be done more mathematically than the other, are opinion. Anyone is perfectly valid to feel otherwise. But I do think I come from a... pat myself on the back a little bit here, alright? I am fully aware of how this will... this dips a little into my narcissism. I think I'm a little bit more qualified than a lot of people to look at the objective bullet points of the game development process and say it covers the good game stuff. And I think it helps that I also hate the game and I'm still able to say it. But as I said before, I think the most... And when I say more qualified than a lot of people, I'm talking situationally, like localized to here, because I've never actually published a game. I might have studied it a lot. I might have done a lot in my spare time. But you bring in any published game developer and I'd still give the floor to them. No, maybe not any. Maybe not any. Anyway, the point is, I think that the biggest factor that should be taken into consideration on whether a game is good or not is like how many of the people play it love it. And it's a pretty loved game. The amount of people who are super hyped to see the next installment of the remake is baffling. I mean, not baffling, but I don't know. Maybe humbling to me as somebody who dislikes it. Uru says the fist and shield is probably the strongest, but has to prepare a lot of buffs beforehand to one-shot enemies. Yeah, that's sort of what I guessed looking at it. I was like, I bet whatever this player was going for is not built for an NPC to do it correctly. And I was trying to take advantage of that because I thought I was only going to have to beat one of them. What a fool I was. I don't think it heavily matters what I put points into right now. Let's put one into Dex, because I actually got a larval tier recently. And fairly soon I think I'm gonna visit Renala and respec. I just have to decide what weapon I want to like approach the game with. I've been using this for about as long as I could since back when I defeated Tree Sentinel at level 8. And it's cool. I like it. But I don't want to stick with it. I want to figure out what kind of weapon I want to stick with, and it might be cool if I can find one that is not a special weapon, so that I can put Ashes of War on it and play around with the ashes a little bit, because so far I've had like no experience with Ashes of War. Obviously this one has a special ability that's essentially the same thing, but I want to customize a weapon. If I can find a nice, good weapon that doesn't require, or that isn't special, and I can put Ashes of War on it, that would be fun. Dismounter's kind of neat. I think I have that one. I don't know what ROB is, and nobody tell me. My chat's been mentioning, I'll just call it Rob. My chat's been mentioning Rob a lot and saying you're probably going to want to use that. But they also told me it isn't exactly an early game weapon, so I need to decide something else to kind of like lock in with for a little while until I find this weapon. I believe, chat, that I'm probably going to like it. I think some of the people who are saying that have gotten a pretty good sense of what I enjoy. Hey, Yuki! Hello, hello! Sorry, I'm distracted. But in the meantime, I need to choose something else. So the dismounter is this curved greatsword wielded by the brawny sellswords of Caden combines the blade of a scimitar with the heft of a hatchet. A difficult-to-handle weapon that demands much of the wielder's strength and dexterity, but with practice and ability, it can serve as a versatile weapon even on horseback. Let's take a look at it. Alright, so it holds like a great sword. Moveset like a great sword. But I assume I can put Ashes of War on it. That's probably why you brought it up too. I got a lot of cool looking weapons. I do think that this is another place that I also can wield this. I never have, but I think this is another place where Elden Ring kind of failed a little, in my opinion, is that when you put several kinds of weapons in the game, typically, there's like, oh, there's the normal ones. They all look very normal. It's like, oh, you got a plain metal weapon. No gold on it. Sometimes it's wood. It looks rusted or whatnot. And those are like the normal weapons. And then you have the special weapons that all have the unique abilities and look really cool. People, like, most people are going to use the special weapons. It's like the rarity bias from games. Like, if you give, if you take one of those games that it has, like, you know, the gray, green, green/blue, I guess, purple, gold rarity options on things, if you give somebody a purple or a blue that's like super good, and then you present them with the option to switch to a gold that's actually like worse, but it's a gold, so many people choose the gold. I've seen that so many times in these games, because they're like, oh, I want my end game weapon, you know, whatever I stick with, I want it to be like the good one, the high tier. That's why everybody's teams in Genshin tend to be all 5 stars. Not everybody's, but it's just like that's just the human brain. So often in this game, all the special weapons seem to be where it's at, and you can't put Ashes of War on those special weapons. So Ashes of War just, oops, that's not what I meant to do. Ashes of War just end up getting kind of like less used than I feel like they should be. And I know Matreus agrees with me. He ain't here right now, but we've shared this feeling before. All right, I gotta pause and see what you guys are saying. Listen, they just took Final Fantasy VII characters and made all the characters hot. All right, fair. Aegon says, I had a monster, now my brain go bing bong, and now I sweepy. You thinking of going to bed soon, Aegon? I'm a little out of it too. I haven't streamed for a short bit. Last stream we did was the 800 follower celebration one, which was very fun. Leo says, what if they did that on purpose because they knew it would help other players? I might have lost to the context for that one, Leo. Can you remind me? What if they did what on purpose? Let's see. Camo says, I don't know what Rob is in Elden Ring, but in D&D campaign there's a blacksmith named Rob, and he has a twin brother named Bob. Alright, well maybe they're talking about Rob the blacksmith, you never know. Rue says, what weapon types have you found? Because there's a certain weapon type I enjoyed from this game, other than the whip. Oh, I'll take a look in just a second here. I just want to scroll through what everybody said. Ned says you can also enchant it and it doesn't have terrible movement lag. Oh! Leo says, oh, I love me some Ashes of War. I do not use nearly as many as the ones that exist, though. And I could be, you know, I'm no Elden expert yet. I could be, like, real off when I talk about that particular issue. That's my experience so far, and what I feel would kind of, like, fall in line with how games usually work. Camo says both of my favorite support characters in Genshin are 4 stars. Oh yeah? Which ones? Bennett? Leo says fist and shield. Oh, fist and shield user. I see. I did have a thought about that. I was like, it would be nice if somebody here specifically like put a dumb build, or like a build that would be hard for NPCs to use, so that other people could fight them easier. That would be nice. Occasionally you got a nice person in the Souls community in game. It says I'm not a proby by any means, but I listened to a bunch of nerds tell me it's better to have an enchanted normal weapon with ashes instead of a special weapon with a decent good. Oh, you're not a pro by. Oh, I see. I should have figured that out. You're not a pro by any means, but yeah. That makes sense. And honestly, like, I bet that's true. Even very early in the game, I found, like, the Blood Slash, and there seems to be some really good Ashes of War. I just think, like, mentally, you give people, like, the cool golden weapons with special abilities versus you give them, like, a normal pike and say you can put Ashes of War on this. That most people are probably going to be mentally biased toward the special weapons. What Ashes of War do I have? Can I just look at them? No, I can't. I can in my inventory, I suppose. Alright, so Haruru, you asked what weapon types I've found. I don't even fully know, so let's see. We got daggers, straight swords, great swords, colossal swords, thrusting swords, heavy thrusting sword, singular. We got ourselves some curved swords, 2 curved great swords, a couple of katanas. I got a twin blade, which honestly is kind of tempting. Axe, great axe. We got some hammers, a flail, great hammers, colossal weapon. Wasn't that up here too? Oh no, that's a colossal sword. Okay. Colossal weapon type. Spears, halberds, scythes, the whip, the fist weapons, I suppose, like the cipher pata, hook claws, so claw, light bow, bow, great bow, glintstone staves, sacred seal, torch, and then we're into my shields. That's where we're at. You do have the twin blades? Yeah, twin blade, I think I got it with Thanos, or I got it with Loki, and I was like, this would be good for Thanos. This thing? It seems really cool. I would love to find, like... I don't know if there's, like, a special one of these. Ooh, I like the two-handed combo. This is definitely something to consider. Twin blade. My favorite character overall in Genshin is Yoimiya, and my team for who uses 3 4-star characters. You use Diona and Bennett for the EM and attack boost, then Fischl to apply overload like crazy with Yoimiya's basic attacks. Nice, and kind of an old school Genshin build. I expected to hear some names there I didn't recognize because of how much the game is updated since I was gone. I like hearing Bennett and Fischl on a team because I still like to call them beneficial together. I don't know why. Altair says, have you heard about those red guards? I hear they fight with curved swords. Curved swords. I don't know why that was ever so strange to the red guards. Or to the Whiterun guards, I suppose. Alright, what do I do from here? Sorry, I'm trying to get myself together. I feel like there's so much going on. This is what happens when we don't have our like 1 hour to 2 hour talking session before I start the games. I talk so much during the game that I'm like, what do I do? I didn't get it out of my system, guys. I gotta like revisit my clothing here a little bit. We got this mushroom suit, for example, recently, and I never even bothered to read about it. So, you haven't even done much in Sumeru? I haven't even started Sumeru. I'm still in the story of Inazuma. Nid says, I think my Genshin team is Aether, Barbara, Beto, and Sucrose. Oh, old school as well. Just haven't played in months. Yeah, it's been a long time. Haru says, I was discussing with Phil a while back on how to make a Wukong build using the twin blades. That'd be cool. Mushrooms found growing all over the body. These overgrown mushrooms have colonized the torso. To those enraptured by the scarlet rot, they are holy vestments that root one to the earth. Does it have high rot resistance? It's got high immunity. I don't know if there's specifically rot resistance in this game. Doesn't really look like it. Or at least not, like, visible on here. Actually, I'm surprised I'm not seeing a little bit more visibility on here. Like, being able to see, like, poison defense and stuff was always in the other games. Alright, let me see if these other mushroom pieces say anything different. No, it doesn't look like it, probably. Once in a while, they just have like a singular piece of the equipment say something unique, but it doesn't look like it in this case. Alright, so probably just like that's what you want to throw on if you need a lot of immunity. Fair. There's so much equipment in this game, I tend to not like stop to see what I could equip to make myself better, but I should do. Like, Carrion Knight is mostly just, you know, better in general than what I've got. It's a lot less immunity. A lot less focus. A lot less vitality. But for currently what I'm using, it's probably better. Now I'm like practically wearing a full suit of carrion except for the head. The twinned armor weighs a little bit more, but honestly, let's put that on for the moment. It's just basically objectively better. I only had the horns on because I like the way they look. And I might stick to them for that reason. I don't really want to do a D cosplay here. It's not exactly what I'm going for. I'm starting to look more and more like a weird Final Fantasy character. I hate this turtle shell, though. Is there another shield that does, like, basically the same thing? Is there another, like, stamina regeneration shield? Or is this just the grass crest shield of this game? If this is just the one, I'm gonna have to just start getting myself used to not having the extra stamina regeneration. Probably better sooner than later. Because it's really, aesthetically, it just throws everything off, and we all know the end game is gotta be Fashion Souls, right? I did just get the Spiked Palisade shield, a large wooden shield covered with spikes. Though relatively light, it lacks in damage negation. Designed to perform shield bashes, these attacks riddle the enemy with holes, earning it the nickname of Pard Shield? Am I dumb? Why does that earn it the nickname of Pard Shield? What does that mean? What does that mean in this case? Riddles the enemy with holes, earning it the nickname of Pard Shield? I think that's a bad nickname. I'm just gonna say that. It's a bad nickname because I don't get it. Banished Knight's shield, I think, is the one that person was using when L was like, I like their shield. Shid and Pard, I'm not gonna lie, Nid, I'm not super proud, but since you said it too and I can feel a little kinship in chat, that is what I thought of first, is Fard. Some Game Grumps in there. Marred leather shield. I don't know, I just need a shield that does 100 physical. Banished Knights is okay. Brass is better. Dark Souls is bad about this, you know? It's not just this game, it's Dark Souls in general. You find something like... they always have a shield that you can find early in the game, like Brass Shield in this case. That's just like better than all of the other shields that you find throughout the whole game until like the very end game. I've always had that experience whenever I've been a shield user. It's like I grabbed the heater shield or something in Dark Souls 1 and like nothing is better than it for the longest time. There's a talisman for stamina regen though. I actually gotta revisit my talismans too. Enhanced charge attacks, I think that's still good at the moment because I use a lot of them. Erdtree's Favor just seems to be good in general, but I don't know if there's maybe something that raises better than that. Arsenal's always tempting just because of the equipment load, but I don't have the room for it right now. And the Scar Seal, I am taking additional damage because of it, I gotta remember that, but... I could update this with the Soar Seal instead, because I got that recently, I think. And it heavily... well, it includes my equip load a lot, too. Yeah, let's put on the Soar Seal. I think I got that in... what's it called? Fort... was it Faroth? Yeah, Fort Faroth. Pard is like short for leopard, so I guess you riddle them with holes and make them look like leopards. Oh, leopards? Leopards? Leo says they're better shields than the brass shield as far as defensive capabilities go. I was answering for the turtle shield. The shield with its stamina regen. Oh yeah, I know for sure. I was just, I was basically going on my own side rant. Leo. You're looking for the Soar Seals right now, they're better. Are there multiple, Nid? I didn't know that. I just knew that there was this one. There's so many Radagon stuff. Where is this Radagon? I mean, actually, I guess he's busy in America's bed. That's where he is. Alright, so I gotta get out of this region. There's not too much else for me here now if I can't challenge those guys. Let's go... I guess we could investigate the crater. Let's at least take a look at it. I mean, I'm not that surprised. There's other ones. That's Radagon's Scar Seal and Radagon's Soar Seal. Instead of just Scar Seal and Soar Seal, it insinuates that there's a... oh. It's perhaps other owned ones. Look at that! Anti-grav rocks coming up out of the crater. That's kind of neat. Alright, let's not fall in. I guess around that side, or this side, maybe? Looks like the proper way to enter. I'm gonna try this side, because this one's more of a jumping one, which insinuates to me I might get some items. Yep. Pee. Alright. Alright, let's take a look. Let's bring our energy back here. I gotta have a sip of something. We're getting into the Elden exploration mindset now. We're out of the talk part. Normally I work through the talk before we get into the game. Nice and hydrated. It's 10, we got 2 hours. Is it 10 already? Wow. Time has flown. I don't want time to fly because tomorrow is Monday. Have I made a mistake coming this direction? First off, Bliss. Is it? Just because there's a waterfall? I feel like this area is a little bit ominous, actually. No work off for Labor Day? There is. I do have tomorrow off, that's true. But it's still getting closer to the actual work week. But I do gotta be grateful for the Labor Day off, that's true. A lot of my work is federally connected. Death ahead. So they basically have to acknowledge Labor Day. You don't gotta. Well, I am grateful for it. I guess that's the better way to put it. Although I don't think the work week should be 5 days anyway. That's a whole different subject. Sorry, I'm on that opinionated stuff today, guys. I got a little spice in me. Because I woke up to all those guys, all those men, some of whom older than myself, just like throwing tantrums on Twitter about Starfield because it lets you choose your pronoun. it set the tone for today. Although that was actually good news for me because I've been feeling like we should have pronoun options in character customizers for a long time. I mean, that's just like, it's such a simple customization option. Doesn't even require a lot of work. We should have had those a long time ago. Could this be a river? It's like, even if you yourself don't choose different pronouns, you yourself are also not a Khajiit or something, you know? just let people create a character. I've always planned on putting in my own games if I ever make a heavily customizable one. The only thing about it is if you have a lot of dialogue in the game, you have to remember to treat like the pronoun parts of it programmatically. Unless you are. It's possible. One of my viewers right now might actually be a Khajiit. Seek good luck. I do wonder if I'm entering into an area that I really shouldn't be messing with just now. Looking for the looking for the smile from Haruru. It's just because this hole opened up after Radagon doesn't mean it's the next place I should go. This is interesting. Kind of weird. Kind of weird in an odd convenience way, because I sort of assumed that a lot of this breakage and the holes and stuff like this was a little bit more natural. Because of the star just like crashing in here. But this hole happens to line up completely conveniently with the floor of some ruin that's in here. You may miss a few dialogue when you enter here, but the quest will still be open. Man, I'm missing a lot of dialogues. Now, are these dialogues that I haven't already missed the beginnings of? Like, oh, you know what? Do you think I'd be good if I went so far as to just like find a site of grace and rest at it, Haruru, or you think that's enough to make me miss those dialogues? Because I could probably back out now. Because alternatively to being in here, I could go to... You think Grace is fine? Okay. Alternatively to being in here, I could go to Ronnie's Rise and see if the characters are there. Now that the festival is over. Which sounds like a pretty good idea. But I would like to find a Grace down here so I don't have to do the jumping again. Golden Rune 5. If I can just go off of golden runes, that insinuates to me that I'm okay level for this place. Okay, the lighting has changed. We've got different atmosphere. It's almost a little purple. And when it turned purple, I got this soporific grease, which is also purple. Alright, so am I going into space alien territory because the star landed? It's usually like the purple, and this seems to be like the spacey gravity stuff. Nokron Eternal City. Have I've heard that. Oh no, I heard Eternal City. Hold on. Was it... So it's either in the jawbone. Nope. Or like in the mining, or like the Clayman's poking stick thing. What was that? It's not the pike. Clayman harpoon. It's not in this either? Wait. Is that my headpiece? Oops. No. Well, I've lost track of it then. Some item that I got when I was in Siofra said Eternal City in the description, and I wanted to try and pull that out to put some lore together, but not yet. I don't think there's literally anything we can tell him right now that's not a spoiler. Fair. If only I had a giant butthole. Oh, and he's in front of this thing. Man, and he did the ring. He did the he did the ring. I don't know. I have to give him an applaud for that. I don't want to, but like so much was put into that. If only I had a horse. Can I not use horse here? Oh, that's scary. Try jumping. Over to there? I don't wanna. But I will. I did it. Congratulations. I'm nervous. Be wary of hole. Okay, thank you, sir. I did see it, so I'm not gonna applaud you. Thank you. Silver tier husk. I don't think I've gotten one of those before, have I? I don't think it popped up like it was new. Is that a crafting item? Silver tier husk? First off, soporific grease. Solidified grease made from a mixture of light purple materials. Okay, you're not gonna tell me what? It inflicts sleep, though. Okay, good. And let me see if I can find the husk. I'm not sure what it would look like. I just want to read about it. Maybe it's not a crafting material? There we go, silver tier husk. I have only found one. A hardened husk shed by a formless life form known as the silver tier, found in and around the Eternal City. Material used for crafting items. The silver tier makes mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord. That is that's an odd, ominous thing. Alright, so there's something around here called a silver tier that's dropping these. That probably just like sheds its old husk and gets reborn. Ghost flame torch. Over and over, making a mimicry of life. Necessary item ahead, therefore try jumping. Do I need to jump? I'm noticing that there's a... Oh, did my game crash? Hold on. Oh no, my game didn't crash, I don't think. Shoost crashed. And messed up my Elden Ring. Give me just a second here. Alright. Shoost. Please come back, would you? It's a good thing I wasn't in the middle of a fight or something. That would have been bad. Shoost's a cool program, but it does tend to crash a lot. Alright, so I don't know what happened. Let me get you guys back in here. Something killed me? Something killed me during the time where Shoost crashed? I'm here with 0 runes. Back in Limgrave. So I'm not sure exactly what happened. But, it's alright. I think... Do I go back down in there? I think I do, just because I was on that path. But I want to read this. Metal torch that burns with cold ghost flame. Tool of the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the band's last embers were used up in their long search, they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, but sealing their fate as dwellers of the underground for all eternity. Man, there are some ominous items down here. And I think that reminded me of where I saw the Eternal City name. I think it was on this thing. Inverted Hawk Heater Shield, right? Yeah, there we go. The Inverted Hawk is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. And that's the Fallen Hawks. There we go. Some lore. Alright, so the slaves were ordered to explore the Eternal City. They're not residents, or they weren't. And they ran out of, like, actual torches. And then acquired the cold ghost flame, but now they're dwellers of Nokron. Piecing it together. And I think we are going to go back down there just to follow the path I was on and commit to the site of grace that I intended to get. Because I don't want to have my mind made up by the fact that Shoost crashed. There's a sly chance your save file might get corrupted when you get back to a grace. Well, the game didn't crash. A program I use called Shoost crashed. And Elden Ring is a little bit weird about me leaving full screen mode without pressing Alt-Enter. Like if I Alt-Tab, sometimes it freaks out. But when Shoost crashed, it caused it to go to my desktop. So Elden Ring was still open, but it did the thing where the focus got taken off of the window and it, you know, threw a temper tantrum. I think I need to go the other way. You sound very different today. Are you sure it was a good idea to stream? I mean, I lost my voice a little bit. I said that at the beginning of the stream because I've been a little sick lately. But I'm good. Yup. You guys don't need to worry about that because I legitimately cancel streams when I'm not feeling well. In fact, I think our last stream that was scheduled, was it the last stream that was scheduled, or was it because I said that I might stream an extra day? I forget what it was. But I remember, for those of you who are in the Discord, I actually sent a message out, and I'm like, I'm beat, guys. This week was tough, and I need a nap. I'll see you on Tuesday or Sunday, I think I said. So I actually, yeah, it was the Thursday stream, that's it. An important part about streaming and keeping up streaming for a long period of time and not burning out is to recognize when you need to take a break and take a nap or something, to not like force it and prioritize it above health and all that. So I've made sure I learned that lesson over these years. I'd hope I had learned it after 3 years. So if I actually need to cancel a stream due to something, if I'm not feeling well, I'll do it. Alright, so we're almost back to where we were. I'm kind of curious what happened to me, though. Because the game didn't exit, the game minimized. My runes are down there. Alright, so the only thing I can imagine then... the only thing I can imagine then is maybe when it minimized, I had been moving. And it like, you know, how sometimes when you hold a button and then you exit out of a program before you release the button, it remembers your motion. So maybe I had moved and fell down there and then either got killed by whatever that shiny thing is, or ran off the edge and died. That's my guess. Because otherwise, I didn't go down there, so my runes should be up here. So they said necessary item ahead, try jumping, right? Is that here? First off, it's like a dream. Yeah, here we go. All right. Rune arc. Necessary? Hi. Did one of you fellows do damage to my body last time I wasn't looking? Oh. Oh, you're not so bad. I'm back, you cat boy. I'm just lurking. Hey. I'm not a cat boy, Blobbert. That day has ended. There was one... Alright. Who did that? Of course it was Azrael, dude. There was one Catboy day. One. And no others. Alright, so is this also Ghost Flame then? I'm gonna guess it is. I'm gonna guess they ran entirely out of fire down here, and everything is just the weird cold flame made by the bones of their brethren. Bird bolt. Oucha. Were you like throwing things at me, you jerk? It's like the phalanx. Got some demon souls going on in here. Treasure head. Wait, are these silver tears? Was I like... Was I amping them up way more than I needed to? Are these like normal slimes? These are silver tears? There was only one. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I wish there was some way... I mean, this game actually has a little bit more of it than some of the others, but I wish there was some way to know what enemies were called in-game. I think this game has more of it because it has the summoning system, like the bell summons. So if you get a summon related to it... Oh, shoot. If you get a summon related to it, then of course you know what it's called. And I've been able to work some other things out through them also being bosses. Like the Lionine Misbegotten and the Misbegotten Warrior is enough for me to understand that the group of people who have that general sort of appearance but are normal enemies are probably the Misbegottens. And we got the demi-humans and things like that. So I think there's a little bit more to work out in this game exactly what enemies are called than in other Dark Souls games. Alright, I'm sure there was a message here that said jump or something. Now there's just ones that say liar! But even though it would go against the kind of nature of Dark Souls, sometimes I wish I had a bestiary. You know? Don't you dare. Depths. Alright. I wonder if that don't you dare was to this person saying depths and reminding them of the depths from Dark Souls 1. Maybe they're having like inside joke moments there. It says I didn't even know what a misbegotten was until someone told you. Like the actual term misbegotten, or in this game? First off, left. Oh yes, you're right. Huh. Jump up here. I don't actually, that doesn't look like there's anything special, but I'll still take it. Smithing stone 5. It's another reason I have to find a weapon to commit to for a little bit. Because I need to up my levels. My weapon levels. Time for a rump. So, Hururu, you'd recommend the twin blades, would you? Because I could, like, temporarily commit to twin blades. What are they? They're, dex? Strength and dex, but mostly dex. Could do a little bit of a quality thing with them. You love them? Would you say that it's easy enough in this game without like grinding and things or going to really obscure areas to get, I don't know, 3+ larval tiers, or like 5+ larval tiers, something like that? I'm wondering how afraid I have to be to go like use the one that I found at Renala. Alright, so we see these little shambling people down there with the ghost flames. So I'm guessing that these are the something hawks. Hold on. Brushing back up. Really trying to put together as much of this lore as I can. Fallen hawks. I'm guessing these are the remnants of the fallen hawks. Dung ahead. Golden Rune 6. That's not dung. Not here, too high up. Try jumping, likely death. Praise the... Why praise the rump? There's no rump. You get disparaged. I know it still kind of technically gives you a point, but it's for my own benefit. You'll find larval tears really soon. Alright, I'll probably just use one soon then. I'll choose a weapon and use it. You guys look like, Oh, ow, ow, ow. What the heck is that? Hold up. Is that, Frost? One of them was nice enough to throw themselves off the ledge. So, it made my job a little easier here. These guys kind of look like a big version of the guys from Bloodborne, and I can't remember their names, but the ones who carry all the messages and are from the Hunter's Dream, like the little friends. Are they just messengers? Is that what they are? Maybe they look like the messengers from Bloodborne, but like a full body of them. They got all the same color scheme on them. Jack Frost. I do like Frost. I think it was a good addition to the status effects in Dark Souls. I'm not sure about Rot yet. Clarifying white cured meat. It seems a little strange to me that they got Scarlet Rot, but they still have like Toxic in this game. It's like, what's really the difference? I guess maybe you can apply them both at once. Grace. I don't believe it. It's like a dream. Rot is like the big brother of poison. Yeah, but that was toxic before. It's like you could get poisoned, but you could also get toxic, and it would hurt you so much faster. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe toxic isn't in this game, and Rot's just the toxic replacement. Maybe that's what it is. All right, so we are going to go up to the Royal Moon Gazing Grounds. You actually don't really like the statuses in this game? Well, I'm used to Poison, and I think Frost isn't bad, Bleed's not bad. Those are all ones from other Souls games. Rot just seems like toxic. Maybe it is just the toxic replacement. I don't know what Curse is like in this game. I haven't let it happen to me yet. I'm concerned about the fact that I haven't seen anything that tells me that I can reduce the effects of Curse or get rid of it. That makes me think that either A, the status effect that I've assumed is Curse might be something else, which is scary if they have the basilisks doing some other unknown status effect to you. Or B, Curse might be like it is in Dark Souls 2, and if it happens to you, it's just permanent. Which was one of the really, like, brutal things in Dark Souls 2, especially for new players, because you could just see Curse building up on you, and you didn't know how serious it was. And then you get cursed, and it's just like, well, you've got that for the rest of the game. There's apparently an Ash of War here I missed. Chilling Mist. I don't know how I missed that the first time, but we got it now. I must have just ventured close to that guy and he vanished before I heard the sound. Alright, we're heading the right direction for Ronnie's Rise, right? Yeah. Ranny's Rise? So when I went to Ronnie's Rise here last time, all the NPCs that were supposed to be around weren't. And people were like, that might be because the Radon Festival's happening. So we completed the Radon Festival. Here we are. Hopefully all is well. Okay. You got some dodges, I'll give you that. That was just a warning shot, though. Bleed and Poison you're fine with. Rot is weird. Hey, Techno, welcome. Thank you for the bits. How you doing? Flippers, welcome, welcome also. Hello, hello, how you doing today? Happy Sunday. Hopefully you guys all are gonna have a happy Monday too. A lot of people have it off, at least in the US, because of Labor Day. So I don't have to have Monday dreads as much as I normally would. Alright, I'm still not seeing NPCs. I'm a little bit worried I messed this up. Because there were a lot of signs right around here to insinuate there were NPCs in this room before. There still isn't. And nobody in here either, despite legs and friend oh friend. I might just have a broken Ronnie's Rise. It has been a friggin' day / week. I hear you, floofers. I was talking about it at the beginning of the stream. I'll be real with you guys. I've been fending off some people for you all. It's always happened over the entire course of my 3 years of streaming. There's always been scammers and bots and clout chasers and drama starters and all that who have tried to threaten the channel in various ways before. That happens to most streaming communities if you get any sort of following to you. It's just sort of a part of streaming, and I've always been good at fending them off or not taking part or just banning and moving on, whatever it is. This last week, in fact, probably over the course of the last couple of months, or at least a month or so, there's been a lot more of people like that. I don't know. People on Twitch have, and Twitter, they've had something else going on. Oh, one of the NPCs is here. Oh, hallelujah. So yeah, there's been like crazy amounts of people that I've had to deal with this week that are just like trying to start drama or trying to clout chase or trying to scam the people in my Discord. And I've had to spend so much time like setting up protections and also talking to other VTubers who have been kind of like involved to make sure that their community is safe as well. It's just a lot of things. People are on a different energy this week. They gotta make it difficult for everybody. It's like normal stuff. This has always happened. It's just like a lot of it happened specifically this week. Azrael says, does people come from another stream or just randoms? Sometimes it's other streams, but usually they're like short-lived on those streams too, because they're like natural problem causers. And they won't be there for long either. But some of them have come from like Twitter also, because despite the fact that Mr. Musk on Twitter said that one of his main priorities was going to be getting rid of bots, they've been so much worse since his changes. So a lot of them come from Twitter. They go into my profile and they click through into my Discord and stuff like that, and then they join the Discord server, and then they start like secretly messaging all the people on the follow list to try and scam them. There's a lot of things. And there was like one person who's basically stalking some of my friends now. And by friends, I mean like other VTuber friends and things. So I'm trying to help them out too. It's a lot. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. So sometimes it's like, man, I just want to play my game. Man, I just want to like record some videos or make some GIFs or draw a little bit of art. Yet you haven't found me. Uh-huh. Or maybe I have and I'm just biding my time. Maybe you're playing 4D chess and I'm playing 5D. We've got the Elle and Kira dynamic going on right now. I'm actually kind of liking the look of my character, but it's really not how I planned Rachel to look. Look at this. This weird, like, gilded, horned, Final Fantasy-esque character. Like, I'm gonna switch it up, but for now, kind of cool looking. Alright. It looks like we have a waifu here. A waifu with 4 arms. You see those hands crisscrossed? You see those glowy eyes, the big hat? Your armor's copping a feel. Azrael dude, is this you on the armor? Are you the silver guy, Azrael dude? Come on, man. Pretty blue woman, let's talk.
Oh, again we cross paths. I believe I said my name was Rena when last we met. It pleaseth me to see Torrent hale and hearty, but tarnished.
I'm pretty sure you said Ronnie the first time.
Hast thou here? I have no memory of inking thee an invitation.
Oh, okay. Didn't she introduce as Ronnie the first time when she gave us the bell? She either did or people in chat were saying Ronnie. So that's the one I remembered instead of what she said. Okay, it was chat's fault then, I guess. Like Matreus and some others started talking about the character right after I first met her. I guess they were using Ronnie. And you mean Rachel, silver guy? I know you don't want to cop a feel on me. That's fine. I respect it. All right, so she's like, I don't remember inviting you.
No reason in particular thou claimest. Intriguing. Then mayhaps fate hath steered thee to this reunion. Wilt thou enter into my service? I am the witch Rani. I stole death long ago, and
You
sought
stole
now the
death.
dark path, that I might one day upend the whole of it, and rid the world of all that came before.
Wait, hold on.
Has that
You're
roused
saying a
thy
lot.
interest?
Hold on. That's a lot. All right. You stole death before, and now you seek the dark path so that you can append something. Yeah. So you can append something to it and get rid of all that existed. But this doesn't This doesn't sound like something good, but that's a lot to just hear. You want to fight me now? What did I do, Blobbert? What did I do? It's Lady Shiva Dumbledore. Dumbledore, I said. Azrael says, so since you skipped a lot of lore because you triggered Radon early, don't worry to feel more confused. It's okay. Yeah, oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. I guess that does. Hey, Jay Blair, how's it going? You found the nya. Hydrate? Alright, we'll do. Let's have some water. And we'll be in 1 minute ASMR mode. I might extend the minute a little because I'm not going to talk over Ronnie here. So if we go a long time without talking, I'll extend it a little. You just want to fight someone. That's fair, Blobbert. What game were you playing? I guess we'll serve Ronnie. I really don't have a reason not to. I mean, it does sound like she's doing awful things. Like, if somebody asked me this in real life, I'd probably be like, nah, I'm good. You do your dark, evil plans yourself. But in this game, I'm reading this more like, advance this character's quest or don't advance this character's quest. So, let's choose the advance this character's quest. Did you mean to write Boblox, Blobbert, or Roblox? Because if it's Boblox, I don't actually know what that is. I assume it would be. But I'm assuming Roblox. Lufer says, I started doing some non-curse drawing. Hey! Well, feel free to share it on the Discord, of course, when you come to a point where you'd like to. I always like to see art.
I see. A choice well made. Thou art a rare sword. Not many would have accepted the offer, but I require as much
Yeah, I
as
could
those
see
under
why.
my command. I anticipate good work from thee.
Alright, are you gonna ask me to do any work, though? Alright, so she stole death, whatever that means. Seeking the dark path, wants to end everything that happened before, and now I've joined her service. I'm not really sure what to take from that, but I've advanced the quest. She also has a second face. I guess, like, if I'm gonna make a guess, maybe Rena and Ronnie fused, and that's why we got 2 faces and 4 sets of hands. Or 2 sets of hands, I suppose I should say, 4 hands total. Jay Blur says, I accidentally sliced my hand open during Genie's stream. Now I'm doing everything with my left hand. Jeez. I hope you took care of it well. Were you trying to follow along with like a cooking stream or something? I wasn't at Genie's today, so I wasn't quite sure what she was doing. Roblox, but make it dumb? Oh, I see. Lufer says she stole the wolf from Puss in Boots. Oh, you mean, Blyde? She stole death, can I have it? A lot of people in this game very concerned about death. So I'm wondering now, though. We got Fia the Deathbed Companion, who serves death, essentially. She wants the Prince of Death, Godwin, to be reborn. So that the meek can inherit the earth, or something like that. We had Vampire Hunter D, who is trying to find and hunt down those who live in death, but he was bringing like death root back to Gronk, the beast clergyman, to feed to him, and that seems sketchy. And now you have her, who claims to have stolen death. I'm not really sure how that like works in with the rest of them, because in one way that could mean that like Ronnie might actually be kind of on the same side as Fia, or it might mean that she's, you know, completely opposed to Fia, depending on my interpretation of what that means in this case. I don't know if she's one who lives in death or not. I guess I'm gonna have to figure that out as I go. Or maybe I won't learn because I missed a lot of NPC dialogue in this area. We'll see. No, the wolf's name is Death. Well, I know the wolf you're talking about. I thought you were calling Blythe in this game Death. Vampire Hunter D's nuts. Come on, Jay Blair. Come on, Jay Blair, you're better than this. Well, we've got a new NPC. If she stole Death, does that mean nobody can die? Well, certainly not, because I die in this game a lot. And I kill a lot of people. Friendship ahead, and... Friend, oh friend. We're for this guy. Alright. Are you E.G.? They're all here? Nice. I probably still missed dialogue though, right? It's actually really cool. You're excited to see your reaction to when you figure it out. Oh, okay. I like trying to piece lore together, but since this is a completely blind playthrough, I apparently missed a lot of stuff because I went to the Radon Festival apparently a little too early. So I missed a bunch of like potential dialogue in here and stories and yeah. It gives me reason to have to reapproach things on my second playthrough. I never found Blythe in the forest either. Well, I did, but I didn't have Snap. I still don't know where to find Snap. So I couldn't bring him down. Anyway.
Oh, so you were the one. Lady Rani has explained everything.
I wouldn't say she's explained everything.
Radon, unlocking the stars.
I have.
And reward, justly procured by any measure. Again, I am E.G.
Is unlocking the stars a reward?
Dedicated blacksmith, and Lady Rani is war counselor. I welcome one of your caliber. A fellow champion in service of Lady Rani.
Okay.
Let us give all that we can of ourselves together for Lady Rani.
Alright, so I'm assuming he's like ethereally projecting himself here, since it looks like he's still sitting on his rock, but there's nothing here. And he looks like a phantom. So E.G. serves Rani also.
Let us give all together.
Okay. Interesting. You wish you could do that? It'd be fun. Be in two places at once. Friendship is magic, summon bronies unlocked. I don't know about that one, Floofers. Fantasy Zoom call. You know what? Maybe I don't need it. Hello, you.
I see.
I see.
You must be Rani's new hireling.
Hireling? Is she paying me?
I've heard all about you. I am Selvis, preceptor in the sorceress.
Preceptor. Oh, of course you sound that way then.
Sees in a provincial tarnished like you. But since we have the misfortune of serving the same lady, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you.
Uh-huh. He's one of these characters.
I reside in another tower close by. Come and pay me a visit. Should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani. If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes of you. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady?
This guy's an incel.
I reside. Come and pay.
I'm sorry, is that one of the words I'm not supposed to say on Twitch? He's like, come visit me. I wouldn't waste my time on you, though. But also, come see me. I'm nearby. Uh-huh. I'm gonna guess you're in, Saluvis's Rise? I assumed... Wait. Why do I have a fog wall? Saluvis with the Riz. Wait, so he's Saluvis or Saluvis? What is it? Saluvis? He's Saluvis? I assumed Saluvis was another one of the sisters, because this place is called Three Sisters. Alright, so I got a fog wall, interestingly enough. I gotta figure out why that is. Let's see. Maybe there's somebody additional I need to talk to in here. I don't know, you feel Incel is fine, say, and Mutt had a discussion about them in one of their streams a while back. Well, it's hard to say, right? Because I've definitely said a number of the words you're not supposed to say just forgetting. Because there's one or two of them that are just natural, like, words. They're just things people say. It's not really, it's it's a little weird how that works. You don't really get in trouble unless somebody reports you, so. Or, you know, a member of Twitch is watching or something like that, so. It's a little hard to say. There's a lot of things you can get away with on Twitch, unless you get noticed. Hey.
Allow me to forewarn thee. I shall soon enter my slumber.
Okay.
And it will be some time before I wake.
Oh,
this
okay.
doll's body is not without its hindrances.
That's a doll?
Still, I have high hopes for thee. I look forward to the good news when I arise.
Okay.
I shall soon enter, and it will be. I have high look for.
Did I just, like, need to hear that from you? Is my fog wall gone now? But are they so big that the rules don't apply to them anymore? No, they're not. They're similar to me. They're friends of the channel. Look at her wrists. Yeah, I saw like little joints on there when she mentioned that. I hadn't noticed it before. All right, let's see. So the friends are no longer here. Okay. And neither is the fog wall. Interesting. So I had to walk around, talk to them, go back up, talk to her again. Now maybe I can go over to Saluvius Rise? Saluvis's? Celuvi? I really wish that I got the lore stuff before going to Radon, because that would make my brain so much less confused. Like, the reasons we're having moments of just complete quiet is my brain's trying to piece things together. I definitely have missed some stuff. I'm sure there's a ton of NPCs that I could have found in the world so far that I've also missed.
Well, you took me at my word.
I did.
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze. I suppose you're here now. Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion. Even you can do that much, can't you?
Nefeli. Horalu's daughter? I mean, sure.
Good, good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question. Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon. I've no time for idle chit. The only thing I will hear from you is a report. Are we understood? I have enough on my plate.
You shut up, sir. Shut Shut up. Shut up. Sir. God. Thinks he's all better than me. I could easily beat him. Hey, Phoenix! How's it going? Good to see you. The fog's gone, so you left the town from those restless dreams, Silent Hill. Reference to Silent Hill 2. I never played the Silent Hill games. I started getting like vaguely interested when they were gonna make Silent Hills, plural, and then they canceled it. Ah, chest. I'm glad I came up here. I couldn't quite remember whether this tower had been open before or not. I knew I had to visit up here just in case there was either a chest or an NPC. It looks like I could get on the walls of this place. Any benefit to that, I wonder? Let's see. Oh. That did so little damage to my health. I thought that was gonna kill me. For sure. But it didn't even do half my health. It's going good, just chilling. I'm glad. I know it's been a while, but feeling better from your surgery and all that, Phoenix? Black wolf mask. Did I just I just unlocked Blide's head? Now that I am part Blide and part D, I'm Blide's nuts. They canceled the Silent Hill that was meant to be in a Japanese area. So I'm talking about the one that PT did like a secret trailer for, called Silent Hills, plural. So PT was not by itself a Silent Hill thing, but if you went through and you got like the secret ending on it, you saw Norman Reedus. Is that the correct name? I think that's the correct name. And you got the Silent Hills trailer, but then they canceled that. Luffy says if they gave Kojima complete creative freedom and direction, they would have had a money printing machine. See, sorry for my brief, like, I think my brain is tired. I should know this. He's the same one who did Metal Gear. Yes. In that case... in that case... I don't know how honest I want to be about my feelings on his creativity, because I think I've made enough enemies in chat today. I was already so opinionated during the first half of this stream. Death Stranding fell off in your opinion? Yeah, I don't think even a lot of like Kojima fans were not that into Death Stranding. Like even some of the ones who were into it at first being like, this is so cool when it first came out because of like the hype, were later like, yeah, I have no interest in going back to it. It's kind of like, it was an okay game. So I don't think that's a terribly controversial opinion. My issues with Kojima, like, I give him a lot of respect too, because Metal Gear, awesome series, at least for a while, very influential. Initially, some pretty nice designs. Kojima does, you know, there's elements, everybody, like... It's so common for people to look at everybody like they're 2D and either be like, I approve or I disapprove. Most people have done something worth saying, this thing was good. But I do have a lot of issues with other things he did. especially like his treatment of a lot of female characters. Like, why is it that every time, like, he always has to traumatize his female characters so that they get into this weird state where they're being both kind of like sexual and infantile at the same time? It's so weird and creepy. And like, why is he gotta be like, oh, this, I've made up a skin condition for this lady where she has to be basically naked in order to survive, in order to breathe. And we're gonna include like rape trauma and also make it so she doesn't talk. She'll just be an attractive, non-talking woman who has to be basically naked most of the time, and we're just gonna call her quiet. This other lady, we're gonna put a bomb in her uterus and blow her up. I'd say he just has a weird relationship with his female characters. Oh, I'm talking about Kojima from like Metal Gear and Death Stranding and things like that, Blobbert. Just how I question some of his design decisions. Here, I want to read what you guys were saying. Let's see. That's old story now, but Konami did announce Silent Hills projects, like 3 or 4. That's neat. I mean, they still have stuff they can do with it for sure. I'm feeling better, but I still have sharp pain near the belly button incision. Gotcha. Yeah, well, sharp pain, hopefully that goes away pretty soon. A little bit of the pain will last for a while, or at least it did for me. Phoenix says, opinions are great as long as they aren't stupid. I guess whether they're stupid or not is also an opinion. Azrael says, I remember an interview that he said that Death Stranding FPS gameplay was the future, but people aren't there yet. I see. If that's not an ego talking, I don't know what is. Yeah, it was one of those people like that can't admit that they made a mistake. You think he also did Castlevania? Did he? Was that him? I didn't think so. Uru says, was Phantom Pain the only Metal Gear Solid you saw? No. Phantom Pain was just like one of the worst Metal Gears in terms of doing these things. Cause I was just praising Metal Gear for its initial installments and things like that. Like, it was quite an influential game, a lot of good decisions and stuff made before. But also like the become crazed into weird sexual infantilism was not just a Phantom Pain thing. In fact, I don't think that happened in that game. Maybe with like one character toward the beginning. Phantom Pain is just one of the ones that's easiest to rag on because it's some of his like most obvious in your face examples, but Death Stranding itself also had all like, who is the character in Death Stranding? I'm trying to remember, like the female character they first introduced. I've like wiped a lot of that game away from my mind, but I remember that she had a lot of like the similar Kojima issues. Can we get Maxwell? I mean, Maxwell isn't something I have ready as a prompt, but maybe we'll get Maxwell shortly. Fluffer says, I'm not saying he isn't problematic, I'm saying what he makes a lot of money. That's fair, it definitely does. Even Death Stranding, even though a lot of people weren't that crazy about it, it still like sold like crazy. Phoenix says it's more of a sharp pain once in a while. It's also tender to the touch. Nowhere near the pain before. I'd say more comfortable. That's good. Maybe you got like a mild infection on it or something that's going away now. Wait, Blubber, what's with the angry face? I shall be back? What happened? Oh, and Maxwell, I see. Okay, well, I'll try, if we do Maxwell then, I'll try and wait to do Maxwell for when you're around. I don't know, Kojima's just a weird guy. And he has some, he clearly has some issues when it comes to female characters. I also remember when he went on this, like, big tirade about some of his some of his fan base being awful people because they were giving Quiet a hard time for having to be naked. He was like, this is a condition that she has, and you guys are like making fun of it. You realize how awful that is? And it's like, you made up the condition. She's a made up character and the condition is made up. Do you remember that, Kojima? You okay? Azrael says, but Kojima is from the old generation. His way to see fictional female characters, all the lewd stuff from fantasies, are just wild risks he takes, maybe just to prove that he can do whatever and still deliver it. Maybe it's something to do with his ideals. But I'm not him, I'm just making assumptions. I think you're probably onto something, Azrael dude. I don't know if it's so much to prove things, because he doesn't always seem like the most self-aware about it. But it's definitely tied in with the fact that he's from the old days. Because, I mean, like, we all know that video games used to, like, anytime there was a female character in the video game, it was basically to be be a sexy character, whether they were good or evil. Have I been here before? I don't think I have. I just found an Everjail we didn't encounter previously. Boss time? And there's nothing wrong with having sexy characters in games either. Like, as much as I talk about, you know, like, I'm a big proponent of not offending people and equality and all that, but I'm also a big proponent of the fact that you can willingly and without shame be sexy and want to be sexy and want to have characters that are representations being sexy. It's just a realistic thing. There's no problem with that. They can make sexy guys, they can make sexy women. They can have the occasional character wear their weird minimalist armor where it's like the entire center of the breast or pec area is completely exposed to drawing swords in there. It's fine. It's fantasy. I have no problem with those things. Just don't be super weird about it, all right, Kojima? Fragile, right? Of course, her name is Fragile. I like knew even her name like played into it, but yeah, she was a very Kojima character too. Maybe not as exaggerated as Quiet, but even just think about it. Like, think about how he thinks about women. That, like, his two most recent characters there at that time that were female characters were named Quiet and Fragile. Phoenix says, I'd hope it's nothing serious too, but my pain tolerance is really high, so it's always hard to figure out whether it's serious or not. I have that same problem. I've been dealing with a cavity that's been getting worse for like a month, and it's just radiating pain on the side of my face, and I'm like, you know what? I probably got to get this looked at, because I got a high pain tolerance, so I've not been paying too much attention to it, but it could become bad just because I'm not focusing on it. Nid says, you can have sexy characters without it being super forced and weird. My friend would abandon me if I made a character that has to be naked to survive. Exactly, Nid. Because I'm not here to, like, shame anybody for being sexy or wearing skimpy armor or anything like that. I think that stuff's perfectly fine, and it can be pretty aesthetically pleasing as well, of course. Oh, all right. Meteors. That's fine. So, this guy looks like I'm a little too leveled up for him. So this is not going to be a problem here. But still cool to come into an Everjail again. It's been a while. Hey, we got the meteorite spell. Interesting. Phoenix says, yeah, it always takes me the last minute to get myself checked out. I gotta get better about that, but also, like, medical stuff in the US is so expensive. I'm just like, can I please just get better on my own? It says, my characters will be naked because they want to be. Exactly. Azrael Dude says, so you think Boss was his peak female character? You think Boss was his peak female character? Snake's mentor? I don't know if I know Boss. So I couldn't exactly comment on that. But man, does he not know female names? Does he name any of his women with an actual, like, name, or are they all just a word? Oh god, is that a friggin'... That looks like Radagon's Red Wolf. Maybe it's not. It is! It's friggin' the Wolf of Radagon. Ow. Well, now that I'm not on my horse, this might be an issue. Oh. He stun locked me, I couldn't move. That's your second cousin? Well, he's alive. Although I do need to go fight him because it looks like he's guarding an item. Quiet as a code name. I'm sure Boss is probably a code name also. I doubt that's their birth name. I don't know about Fragile. I haven't actually stopped to watch Death Stranding, if I'm gonna be honest. So I can't say too much about Death Stranding. I've seen a lot of things about the game. Looks pretty weird. There was a couple concepts in it that looked kind of cool. The, like, time fall or whatever it is. Seemed like kind of a neat thing. You jerk. You jerk wolf of Jerkagon. Imagine being a jerk wolf. Oh god. I don't remember having as hard a time dodging you during your boss fight here, sir. Don't combo me with that. Maybe it's just that this arena was a little bit more tricky. Are you guys all like the alpha style wolves also? You are. You're all like the white wolf alpha ones. You made me use something other than R2, you jerk. I R1'd at him. Yeah. Golden Rune 3. Mark says, dude, he... Oop. Tried to read and it just scrolled. So I got Alt Enter out. Mark says, dude, he names his male characters Solid Snake and Die Hardman. I think his dick does most of the writing. Probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. At least, like, Snake has been used as a name many times before for guys. It's a weird name. At least it's reminiscent of a name, unlike Fragile. Where's the stretch redeem? It's there. It's been used this stream. If you don't see it, maybe refresh. Also a character called Mama. Senator Armstrong is different, but he does look like a dick, so maybe you're right. I bet people do that. I bet people that do that actually have nothing down there to be happy about. You know what? I wouldn't doubt it either, Phoenix. I didn't mean for this to become a Kojima hate party. I actually tried to say it fairly diplomatically, because there are reasons to praise what the guy has done as well. Just like I don't like current day Tetsuya Nomura, I still give his history a lot of praise, and in fact, things that he's done heavily inspire my taste in aesthetics and plans for game design in a lot of ways. Just not so much these days. You know, it's never black and white, or at least it seldom is. You know, I'm not trying to create a Kojima hate party here, but there's certainly things to criticize. Wiki learns about the wolf hierarchy. Yeah. Ride and squeeze my hog? What are you talking about, Nid? Please. Alright, Azure Dude found stretch. Good. I'll stretch in just a sec. I'm just gonna scroll down. Phoenix says, I would be more of a lone wolf than an alpha, but that's just me. I don't know who Kojima is. He made Metal Gear, and I guess... Metal Gear and Death Stranding and, like, maybe Castlevania, but I don't think so. I think Castlevania is somebody else. Well, wait, yeah, Castlevania is, what's his name? I have more respect for him, but I can't think of his name right now. Yeah, Iga, that's always what I call him. But, yeah, Koji Igarashi. Iga, he's awesome. Somebody said Castlevania earlier, and because my brain is a little fried today, I'm like, really? Did Kojima do Castlevania? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, it's Iga. There we go. The world makes sense again. Nid says, oh my god, you haven't seen it. Rookie, I'm sending it to memes. Give it a minute. Oh, okay. I'll watch it right after stream. I don't think I'm going to keep this wolf head on. I think I'm going to go back to the horns I had because I like the look better. But it's kind of neat that they let you get that. I just assumed that was Blide's head. Phoenix says, oh, I've never played those games, only partly played Castlevania, and apparently it wasn't the same guy anyway. Which I knew, just my brain's not all there today. I'm still getting over some of being sick. And I don't know if you guys ever find this to be the same thing. I'm sure, yeah, even the way I said that. I don't know if you guys experience this the same way, okay? I'm really trying. My brain is running on fumes at the moment. If you experience the same thing when you are beating off infections or colds or things like that, which I think I had both of, and you're getting toward the end of it and you're almost done, you just don't have the brain anymore. Your brain's like, I've stopped. Energy zapped. The resources are being used for other things right now. I'm like having that big time. Vocabulary, sentence formation, memory, all taking a little bit of a hit today. The way you said that at first, I know. I was like, I gotta go back and rephrase that, I think. Thank you, Nid. I'll take a look at it after stream. Oh yeah, let me get the stretch in. Also throw in a little hydrate too, because I've been talking a lot. Full stretch. Oh, that thing, Phoenix. I think it's fair that Automod held that, but Phoenix says, have you ever, when beating off ... Alright, yeah, I mean, the phrasing issues, there's nothing new to the stream, alright? It's been a lot of quotes today. Regardless, I hope you guys have fun here. That's all what it's about. You know what? I might sound like a crazy person sometimes. Or I might occasionally be like, I don't want to get political, and then get political. Or share a maybe unpopular take on a popular game or a well-loved game developer. But at the end of the day, I just hope you guys are having fun here. You know, it's mostly all for the sake of banter, even if that banter is a little bit insane sounding at times. Albinoric ashes, so I could summon like those weird frog guys if I wanted to. Crazy people are the best. Why do you think I went into mental health? It's an interesting statement, Phoenix. But I do agree. Crazy people are pretty cool. Ned says, well, I mean, if I'm gonna sweat it out, might as well have fun doing it. Oh no. I'm talking about beating colds and fevers. Listen, I'm trying. It's like Leo said, I'm doing my best, all right? Even on a good day, it's tough to commentate and play a game at the same time. There's like a couple things that I want to play for you guys that I also want to do in a form where I can directly upload it to YouTube as a series. And I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that. Because we can't have times where I'm like doing this on a rock and just talking to you guys about like Kojima for a half hour. If I'm gonna upload it to YouTube. I mean, I can always edit parts of that like that out, I suppose. But for example, I want to do a Dark Souls 3 randomizer. I brought that up before. I want to do a Dark Souls 3 randomizer because I've never done any mods for Dark Souls. And I know Dark Souls 3 pretty well, so I want to try doing a randomizer for you guys and having that stream experience. And I think that would be cool to be able to upload onto YouTube as well. What happened to the Life of P? No, the Lies of P demo. Almost went with Life of Pi there. Azrael, dude. Yeah, that's one of those ones. Lies of P was going to be a YouTube video that I did, or the demo for it was, to check it out. But life got in the way. Every time I sat down to try and record that one, something would come up. I have, you know, I'm partially to blame for this because I may even be a little bit of a workaholic, I suppose. But I structure my life in such a way that I really don't have any free time. Because I'm interested in game development, and I'm interested in doing stuff for streaming. And I'm interested in drawing, art, live 2D. I'm trying to learn 3D. I'm interested in being a voice actor. I have to keep up with my social medias and things like that as part of like the stream growth and all this other sorts of drama and stuff that I was talking about today that happens that I try to protect the community from. My days are completely scheduled, even on the weekends, typically. And if I want to plan something that I don't normally plan, I have to wipe free a day of things that I was going to get done. So I get, you know, a little bit touchy when people cancel plans on me and things because of that, because then a bunch of other things have suffered for no reason. That being the case, there is one of the things that fills my time a lot that I don't love doing, but I need to, which is my work. I like my work okay, but if given the choice, I wouldn't do it. And sometimes my work has additional things that come up, and then sometimes there's stuff in real life that happen that is unexpected. And when you have like no free time built into your day, anything additional comes up at work, any real life things happen, it's a little bit more disruptive. And then I have to have things that are like lower priority be the ones that go away. For example, the Lies of P demo video for YouTube. Because I don't regularly upload on YouTube, there was nobody waiting on a scheduled upload, Jellyfish Shield, or anything like that. So that was one of the things on my docket that's like, every time something came up, it was like, alright, I guess that thing's getting pushed back again a little bit. And I think Lies of P, it almost doesn't make sense to play the demo at this point, right? Aren't there already people with early access to it? Will you play Black Myth Wukong when it's released? If there's interest. If you guys want to see it. I do want to play some more games right when they come out. Because I am trying to be serious about growing the channel, and I think one of the things about being serious about growing the channel is playing things when they're relevant, not necessarily waiting a year and a half like Elden Ring and starting it at my leisure. It's gonna be a nice balance, of course, because I don't want to play anything when I, don't feel like it. We don't want to compromise the integrity of the stream by like slogging through an experience that I'm not enjoying, because I think you guys would be able to feel that. But I do want to try and jump on some of these bandwagons once in a while when those two things blend. Like, if a game that I'm interested in is coming out, then that's the best of both worlds. I want to play it, and it's going to be new and people want to watch, so... What's your YouTube channel? I'd subscribe. I'm Eccentropy on there, too. Fairly easy to find. If you just type the same name, actually, also, I forgot. You can do !socials right here in the chat. If you type !socials, you got a bunch of links pop up, and there's 2 YouTube links there. One of them is the very seldom updated normal Eccentropy channel right there at the top. But that's the one that things like the demo might appear in and stuff. And I do want to update it more often. It more often sees shorts than actual videos, but I do want to get to it more. It's just, priorities. Things have to be prioritized. If I could generate more time, I would. And then another one in there is the VODs channel, where I archive the VODs that we do here on stream. Do you guys hear this? Hold on. I'm going to turn the volume up real loud. That's a little concerning out of nowhere. That's a little concerning to just be walking along and then hear. It's beautiful? I mean, yes, it is. I'm not gonna lie. But it's one of those things, like, in a way, subtle horror could be by, people have done it. You see a child's plaything in the middle of a debilitated warehouse, and you're like, oh god. You wouldn't necessarily say, oh god, if you saw the child's plaything. In fact, it might be something cute. You might be like, I like this, or this is nostalgic for me. You see it in the middle of an abandoned, like, wrecked up, dingy warehouse. You get a little bit of that natural horror. It's about, context sometimes. That's just beautiful maiden singing. Oh, was it you? Hey, Matreus! Hello! I was talking about you earlier. I don't remember why. It's probably bad. Oh no, it wasn't bad. It was, I'm kidding, by the way. I don't talk bad about people when they're not around, unless I expect them to be around, and then they aren't, and I'm like, oh, now I feel bad. I was talking about Ashes of War again. That's why your name kept coming up. That's what it was. Just a siren. They won't kill you or anything? Yeah, I'm sure. It would be cool if there was sirens in this game. Dark Souls has a lack of, like, water-based enemies. It's not that they have none. And, this game probably has more than a lot of them do. The Tibia Mariner, for example. I said Tibia Mariner, and I almost thought that thing that's, like, currently at the tip of my weapon out there. I thought that was a boat for a second, and I was like, is that, like, perfect timing? Is there a Mariner out there as I passed? Tibia Mariner's kind of a cool addition, because we've never really had, like, a water boss. Like, seeing him out there on a boat is neat. How you doing, Matreus? Happy Sunday. I know you don't have problems with Mondays anyway. But, Labor Day tomorrow, no work. Azrael says, I know you talk bad about me, and when you are off stream, you said something that relates to me. When I'm off stream? Why, do you sneeze or something and you're like, that's definitely Ricky talking about me? Cuckoo's Everjail. You know, I'm not gonna worry about it. This is not gonna be true all the time. But the last few Everjails I've gotten into have been super easy. Oh, so it's you, it's not flu. The Hydra was alright, Haruru. I didn't say they have none. I just said they have a lack of them. Crabs have occasionally been used. You've had various things that like crawl through the water and Bloodborne and things like that. It's just kind of like not enough. Especially ones that actually feel like they should be in the water. Atreus says, I have a problem with 2023. It gets worse by the day. I know it doesn't actually make any difference because we made up the calendar. But it can make a big mental difference. Bowls, the Carrion Knight. Bowls! But I'm looking forward to the turnover then of the new year for your sake, Matreus. Because it can make a mental difference for sure. You're like, alright, we can be done with that awful time. And get a fresh start here. Great Blade Phalanx. Alright. Getting a lot of cool spells. Too bad I don't use magic. I feel like my next character should be a magic one. You've been stuck in this year for 3 years now, and summer's barely ending. Now, when you say that, do you just mean that this year has felt like 3 years? Or do you mean that 2020 upward has been awful? Because I could see either of those. This year's felt like 3, okay. I know that feeling. Sometimes I have a week that feels like a year. Not really. But sometimes I legitimately feel like a week feels like, you know, a month, or at least like most of a month. 75%. We are getting toward the end of the year, though. Maybe things will get a little bit better. Alright, we're approaching a tree here. Which means a boss. Most likely, anyway. 2020, I kind of feel bad sometimes when I talk about it. 2020 was one of my best years in recent history. A lot of people had such a hard 2020. I can't say 2023 has been that great. I think 2023 has had a lot of stress. Like, there's been a lot of cool things that have happened, don't get me wrong, because I try to always make sure nice things are happening, and I am going to reflect on those when we get toward the end of the year. I want to do an end of the year stream and kind of reflect on the year. I think that'd be fun. But 2023 has been a lot of stress and a lot of, like, stuff that I've had to fight. To protect others for the most part. But 2020 was just a good year for me, man. I felt bad because everybody had such a hard time, but I'm like, I discovered Twitch and a ton of new friends and started a channel and made affiliate, and Edgar the Revenger. You really called the Revenger, man? Revengers assemble! Don't you spin at me. Alright. I just had like so many great things happen in 2020. Shabriri Grape, nice! Banished Knight's Halberd +8. Holy shoosh. That might actually be good to equip right now. 2020 wasn't that bad for me, so I get you. Yeah, I feel like for people who are already introverted and wanted a little bit more time to establish on the internet and enjoy the notion of working remotely, but, you know, maybe the works didn't love people doing it. I don't know, but like 2020, I also like, I got a promotion and I got my house for the first time. I don't know. A lot of things just like fell into place 2020. I guess it couldn't be bad for everybody. This year's been a little bit tough, but let me look at this +8 we just got. We had Banished Knight's Halberd already. It's still weaker than what I got, and I got +4 on mine. But anybody happen to know if Banished Knight's Halberd is a special weapon? Or can I put Ashes of War on it? Because it is tempting to pick up one that is already a +8. It's a normal weapon, okay. Something to consider then. Oh, you know what? I think I can tell by looking at it here, right? I'm looking, I see that next to the image of the weapon in the upper right, or down to the left of that one, there's a little picture of the guy spinning a weapon around. I don't know if you can see it right above where it says guarded damage negation. A little picture of a guy spinning a weapon around. It's like empty here on the Vulgar Militia Saw, empty here, empty here. But if I go over to Golden Halberd, there's like no space. So I guess that's how I kind of tell what can have an Ash of War and what can't. Yep, that's it. Ah, nice. We spoke to Ronnie today, by the way, Matreus. The waifu. It has a box next to the weapon. It can have an Ash. Oh, okay. Okay. Figured it out at the same time. You can relate to a normal weapon? Why is that, Ezreal, dude? Because you can have Ashes of War applied to you? That's what you meant, right? Hold on, I need to see what, I think it was Nid said. Oh no, it was Matreus. F. Edgar, he just wanted to avenge his daughter, man. Wait, was that the guy from Castle Morn? Is that who Edgar was? I didn't associate the name. That was him? Okay. Man, they do that. I guess it's not new to Souls, or it's not new to this game for Souls. They have a lot of faith in people's ability to like put 2 and 2 together with those things. Like apparently in the Aeonia Swamp or something, I fought the NPC who had been curled up in a church being like, you gotta get away from me, I've got the Rona. And I'm like, all right. And I couldn't say anything else to her, and then I fought her in the swamp and people are like, remember her? I'm like, no. She like didn't make an impression. I mean, I remembered the lady coughing, but it's like when they come out in like full red ghost form, it's really hard to see their details. You can't just look at their armor and be like, oh, they're wearing what that person was in that shack. I remember. Edgar is just the case that I didn't remember his name, I guess. Phoenix says, I do agree, this was a crap year for me as well. I've had some shitty years for a long time, but this year was really crap. I lost my job over something petty, and I can't put it on my resume/CV because of the contracting part. I've gained a lot of weight due to stress. I almost died from faulty appendix. I found out that I have fatty liver. Man, that sucks, Phoenix. I'm at risk for fatty liver. And I did put on a lot of weight this year also, probably due to stress, because I took a bunch of weight off in 2019, and then 2020 my weight was pretty much the same. I was good. 2021, 2022, I maybe put on a tiny bit. 2023, I put on a bunch, and I really didn't change much, but it was a much, much more stressful year. and I've been feeling it physically. I've gotten sick more often. I'm also at risk of fatty liver. Atreus says, a vegetarian at risk for fatty liver? You eating nothing but sauces and peanut butter? No, but I've learned to balance my diet so that the things that go into me are pretty similar to the things that go into anybody else. I've been a vegetarian since I was 9. So if I eat a little bit too heavily of the same things, it still happens. Hey! 2023 goals become cat, yeah. I mean, we did have a cat boy stream. If you want become cat, like I'm gonna get my next model and I'll have cat ears, that is not a realistic goal for 2023. I do have a goal. I'm afraid of like verbalizing it. I've kind of said it on stream before. I don't know if I can ask you guys to help because I don't really know what to ask of you. And the notion of it scares me because we've had an off and on relationship with like growth on this channel before. Twitch is really fickle and things happen and it's hard to predict. And I don't want to set myself up for disappointment. But that being said, our current momentum makes it somewhat realistic that we could hit 1,000 followers by the end of the year. And I've been wanting to hit that milestone for 3 years. Look at this, huh? It's like this is one of those misbegottens here. I guess that's because of Edgar, probably. Oh yeah, there's like more over here. Interesting. Visual storytelling. Anywho, I'd really love to hit 1,000. I don't think it's likely to hit 1,000 without trying to do some kind of push for it. Like, I think I need to be verbal about it. I think I need to kind of like advertise myself a little bit. It's realistic in a way because of our current momentum, but at the same time, it's like it would be very easy for it to not happen. And if I try to push for it and it doesn't happen, I'll be like, kind of sad. Killatronus, welcome, welcome. Oh, and also you raided. There it is. I was gonna say, where's the raid sound? We get our beautiful PlayStation 1 sound. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. You followed at a very convenient time since I was just talking about followers. Hello. Here, let me give you a little shout out. Do you mind if I do you mind if I play a clip from your channel? My shout outs are currently tied to clips, so I just want to see. Betrayal says, may even need a collab with bigger streamers than you're used to. Yeah, I usually collaborate with people who are smaller than me simply because I like to lift people up, and often if you approach somebody bigger, there's so much of a taboo out there, like people being worried that people are just trying to clout chase, that I'm like, I'd rather just lift people up than make people side-eye me over my intentions. Yeah? Alright, let's see. I was just saying I'm hoping to maybe reach 1,000 followers this year, Kill, and you followed immediately when I was saying that, so I appreciate it. Alright, you were playing Billy Bust Up. I haven't heard of that one, actually. Was it fun? Let's see the clip. What do we get? What do we get? Is it gonna play? Hello? Nightbot. Are the clips broken? God dang it. Well, there's a shout out anyway. Everybody follow Killatronus. You can easily go and watch a clip right on that channel. I guess my my little clip shout outs are broken. Hold on. I think I can probably fix this. A lot of things have been trying to break today. Maybe I can't fix it while the stream's going, actually. Anywho, shout out still worked. Sorry, it might be your settings. I don't... Well, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know how it works. I use a little program called Sidekick, and it's supposed to automatically go in and take somebody's clip and play it. But regardless, the shoutout worked, and the link is right there, so you can all see what Kill is all about. Do you mind if I call you Kill? Is that what works? We've just been kind of lackadaisically walking around Elden Ring. I'm playing it for the first time ever. We fought a couple of bosses. I'm basically just trying to do some exploring and getting some of the treasure I haven't before I immediately go into trying to get further into the game, into the story. Because I've already missed some things by not being thorough enough, and I thought that I was being pretty thorough. So now I'm like, I gotta be even more thorough. But it gives us a nice opportunity to just sort of chat, have some talks, and boy, have there been some talks today. But yes, actually, let me alt-enter one more time. I'm just going to bring us back to the last topic and see what you guys were saying about it. Yeah, Matreus was saying I might need to collaborate with people who are bigger. I might aim to do that. There's been a few that I've talked to already, like Slightly Midnight, for example. Maybe we can get a collaboration in with Slightly. I'm going to read Phoenix's message just before it scrolled. My late 2016, late 2019 was pretty crap after my back injury. I couldn't really do anything like I used to. Still not the same, but I got better when I was able to get back into the gym. I was hit by a semi, and it did some crazy damage to my body. It's got to have, wow. Tendonitis, both shoulders, and labrum tear in my tear in my left shoulder. 16 bulge protruded or herniated discs, yeesh, throughout my spine. I wasn't as built as I was before the accident. The doctor said that I would have most likely been paralyzed. Well, that is, that's awful, but also lucky elements of it. I guess that tends to be how a lot of things play out. But, with all that stuff happening, that's not things that people survive too easily. So for you to be here, to be typing, to be able to recover from surgeries as quick as you are right now, to be finding your way to an up and up is impressive. Very glad you survived. Oh, rock was slippery. And it sounds like you got goals planned out too, and I've been trying to be kind of on top of that. I've been fortunate enough to never go through any like major accident, luckily. I did have the appendix thing happen. My appendix actually started to burst, so that's sort of why Phoenix and I were talking about the appendix thing earlier, because we both undergone that one. My appendix started to burst, and I was in tremendous pain. It's still the worst pain I ever felt in my life. Sometime back, but luckily I've never gone through any major accident. But the general place that I started from and in my attempts to advance, you know, my family had a lot of poverty situation, like I've brought up before. So I've gotten to things a little later in life than I would have liked to, because there were other obstacles in the way first that I had to overcome. And I'm proud of the fact that I have overcome them, or that I'm still overcoming some of them. But it's put me a little bit late, so I try to keep goals in my mind as much as I can, so that I can keep advancing things maybe a little bit quick. And that's probably part of the reason why I'm slightly workaholic these days. Just to sort of make up for lost time a little bit. I think being goal-oriented can be really important and valuable. Doesn't always need to be where you're at. But like for me right now, it's what I need. Man, I was really hoping I could find a Grace a little closer to this tree before I tackle the boss here, because there's a pretty good chance he'll beat me. Let's do a little run around here. Maybe there's a Grace near the tower. Oh, there's a... Okay, there's a stake here. That's fine then. Alright, we're fine. And let me see what see what you guys are saying. Phoenix says, I see it as a gift from God, to be honest. It was an inch from the gas tank, and my wife had all her combustible cleaners in the trunk. All the buckets that the cleaners were in completely destroyed, but not a scratch on the cleaners. Yeah, so once again, a lot of that it's a lot of, you know, regardless of beliefs, nobody can deny there's a lot of fortunateness there, for as unfortunate as the situation was. Obviously, you'd prefer that the accident never happens in the first place, but that's just not how life works. Sorry if I'm stopping talking a little bit here for a moment, just because I'm suddenly distracted by a boss. Once again, we come back to the fact that sometimes it becomes a little bit difficult to chat and play at the same time, once in a while. But I think we're all set here now. Did this take him out? Not quite. Oh, it did. I thought he had a sliver left. Alright, we got him. Now I can chat a little bit better. Cerulean Crystal Tear. And Ruptured Crystal Tear. But anyway, I lost track of what some of the stuff I was saying earlier, but basically, by the end of this year, I really kind of want to make it an official goal for myself and for this channel to reach 1,000 followers. I think that would be really, really cool. It's been a long time in the making. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, but it wasn't until really this year that I was able to get my schedule around in such a way that stream could be one of my priorities and that there were other things that I could cut out a little bit more. So I've established a somewhat consistent schedule. Elements of it have to be moved here and there because of real life, but it's still pretty consistently 3 days of streaming a week, or we add in a fourth sometimes, but we seldom go down to 2. And we've got some momentum with the VTubing thing. I've been networking more. We've made more friends. Momentum's nice right now. And it scares me a little to set a goal, like trying to make it to 1,000 followers by the end of the year when we only have a few months left. But the momentum right now says that that would be possible. I'm probably going to end up asking you guys for your help in any way that I can think of. And maybe you guys will have some ideas too. I know Matreus talked about maybe like doing some collabs with people who are bigger, that I kind of have to step up and reach out to some larger people. And maybe I will do, but if you guys have any other thoughts or any ways that you can bring extra people in here, you know, I don't want you going into anyone else's channels and advertising there, but in other situations, word of mouth can actually help a lot to like get friends to come around if you think they might enjoy the channel content. We'll see if we can do it, you know? We'll try our best. Setting goals are the best way to keep your life on track. I agree. I mean, everybody works a little bit different. You know, everybody is a little bit different from each other in general. So, one method doesn't work for all. But as a standard thing to try out if people haven't yet. And there's many variations of goal setting that people can try. I always recommend it. And to further break those goals down into smaller goals. Like if I say my goal is to get 1,000 followers by the end of the year, that's cool, but that definitely needs to be broken down into smaller goals to make it happen, because it's too vague by itself, or perhaps too intimidating by itself. This region has a lot of goats, man. I've just been casually noticing that as I walk and talk here. Alright, where are we? What's this place? Statue of America inside kind of scared me a little. I thought it was a thing. Have you heard of SMART goals? I have. I can't say I'm overly familiar with the acronym. It's not something I've studied heavily. But it's probably something that when I did learn about them before, I took elements of it into consideration for how I do things. That's usually how I end up digesting things. I don't necessarily follow an algorithm, but I hear elements of something, I'm like, that sounds like it could work for me, and I keep it in my brain and then forget where it originally came from. Orson says, what's up, not you on the plane anymore. That was a real scary jump you did there, my friend. Talking to Phoenix? I'm confused. I lost the context for that one, I guess. You need to really have to apply W-I-I-F-M in S, or is that in R? The heck are you talking about, Matreus? You guys are speaking another language now. Anyway, though, if any of you do have any thoughts or feelings or whatnot about how we could potentially get toward 1,000 followers by the end of the year, I'd love to hear it. It does mean a lot to me. Erudition guide thee. Is that a user message? I guess. I'm kind of surprised they included that word. Can't have too many usages in this game. Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound, SMART goals. Oh, yes. That sounds very familiar when you say it that way. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's a way up inside here. That being said, let me see if there might be a way up outside. They do let you climb the walls. Maybe they got cheeky and made some window that you can jump to with your horse or something like that. I could probably actually make it up there. Well, I'll continue looking just in case there's some place that's a little bit easier. That looks a little tough. Okay, we got it. Is there a lever or anything? No. We got a smile from Haruru. Am I in trouble, Haruru? Ah, bloodstain, but no danger ahead. I don't know if I trust that. There's a lot of bloodstains here. Are these just people trying to make it look like there's danger? Would they really go out of their way to troll that much? No mimic. Not a trapped chest. Memory stone. Come on, man. I guess I should expect that from every one of these towers that I find. But it's so not useful to me. What's with all those smiles? I guess you guys were also the trolls that wanted to make it seem like I was gonna die in there and I just got a memory stone. Alright, so we're approaching, what is this, the base? Oh no, it's not. That makes sense, but for some reason I thought I was approaching the base of Mount Gelmir, but that's up here. Actually got to get the maps in this region. I guess it's just because of the rock formations and things. Have you seen the moon lately? I do see the massive moon, yes. And also the stars have all returned. We unlocked them. EG called it a reward. But given that there's like weird gravity and space stuff in this game and people collecting star shards and stuff like that, like maybe Radon had a reason to hold back the stars. It does sound like Radon was a good guy back in the day. He just went a little crazy because of the rot. But he was holding back Millennia? Holding back her rot so it didn't take over the land. And apparently he was holding something back in the sky with the shooting stars that came down. And he was the Star Scourge. He like took them all, but I doubt he did that just out of pure like villainy. It seemed like he was mostly on the good side of things. Unless I learned some very different lore. Radon was holding back Starfield. Oh, I see. That's why it's out now, because I specifically beat Radon. I should have played this game sooner. I'm sorry I held it back for all you guys. Moon's been looking crazy lately. Yeah. He had a reason and I can explain, but only if you don't mind what you missed with Ronnie thus far. Well, I don't know what I'm still gonna get filled in, because I did talk to Ronnie today, and they did bring up Radon. I'll think about it. Alright, so what kind of awful swamp is this? Also, is somebody fighting me? Oh, there it is. I was like, I know I hear something. Okay, got you. Spiked spear. Come on, man. I don't want to fight mannequins. Or marionettes, I suppose. Alright, I see crabs. I don't really want to learn what this swamp does. It's likely just poison. But given its yellow tint and this game, this could easily be a swamp of madness. Although I'm collecting poison blooms in here, so I'll go ahead and say this is probably just a poison swamp. Trying to spot if there's special items being guarded, but I don't see any. Mushroom. Okay. That guy's got COVID, I gotta avoid him. Social distancing. Some smithing stones, alright. Anything, really worthwhile over here? Hey, buddy, we don't need a fight. I'm just trying to collect the items right now. If I see a reason to fight you, sure. Right now, I don't. We're adjacent to Crystal Land, but I'm gonna go this way first. Oh, you didn't break the skull? Come on, step on it. There we go. Trying to read you guys' conversations a little, but it's scrolled too far for me. I'm seeing knocking on wood. This is very reminiscent of the area near Gelmir. Hopefully I'm getting that name right. A lot of people up on posts. Village of the Albinorix. Aren't they like the frog people? NPC? Oh, wait, are you Nefali? Is that Nefali Lu? Now I gotta decide whether or not it's a bad thing to give her Saluvis's potion. I thought I was gonna have more time to decide. Because he seems like an awful person, and she seems like an okay person. Hero ahead?
Oh, it's you. Well,
Hi.
what do you make of it? What's happened to this village?
I haven't seen much of
I
a
witnessed
village
sight
yet,
much
to
the
be
same
honest.
In my infancy, the oppression of the weak, murder and pillage unchecked, a waking nightmare.
You found this place way before Jose did? Really? Hasn't exactly been fast.
But this time, I'm a woman grown, and
Yeah.
though the suffering cannot be undone, I can still mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors. Let the scars I carve remind them.
But who did this?
I am Nefeli Lu, warrior.
Nefeli Lu, warrior. So, oh, you're killing all these people. These people look kind of like the servants who were at Stormvale a little bit. I don't know who they
But
belong
this
to, though.
time, and though the justice to let the scars.
Okay, well, fine. I guess I was given a potion to give to Nefeli, but I guess I'm just not allowed to hand it to her. That's souls. I guess I'll have to meet her at a different spot and be like, "Oh yeah, I have a potion." Be too convenient to let me just do it now that I found her. Should I even kill you guys? I guess. They're all mad now. Oh god. My guess was that they were going to become mad eventually, and then I would have been in a much worse position to take them all out. Albinoric blood clot, okay. So are the Albinorics not the weird frog things? I thought they were, because when I got Albinoric ashes, I could summon them. But I guess maybe not. Maybe these guys are Albinorics? Hey, another larval tier, nice. I can feel better about mine. Has anyone seen the movie The Warriors? I don't want to hear or tell any spoilers, and that movie did really good, but I saw it, but I don't get it. I have not seen it. I have not. You don't get it, though? You don't get why people like it, or you don't get the movie? Like, it was confusing. Do it, give up? Alright. This village is done for. Please, even if it's just you, old Albus, hide well and still your breath. Albus Dumbledore is here? Oh, we got a summoning pool. Albinorics come in 3 styles. It'll be explained why later. Okay, gotcha. I'm like, these don't look like those frog things. I don't even know, it might be a little bit rude to call the other things frog things too. I guess they look a little bit more like a Roswell alien style thing than a frog. But I found them in a swamp, so. Alright, to go up or to go across first? I guess I'll go across. Item ahead. Mage ahead, therefore try rushing in. Likely fort, therefore night. Oh, night. Rushing in, alright. You appearing at the end of the bridge? That was a weird movement you just did, sir. Behold fruit. Sometimes I don't understand why people leave messages. What was the fruit? Is he talking about the people hanging from the trees? Maybe? Oh, you don't have Uchigatana? Even I know where to find that. It's... It's... It's here. In the death-touched catacombs. In Limgrave. Thank you, Matreus. That's all I wanted. Also, I do apologize if you didn't actually want that information. I suppose if somebody was like in my stream here and they were like, oh, by the way, this weapon you don't have is in this exact spot, I wouldn't be too happy having heard that. But that's a little bit of a privilege, I guess, as the streamer. Is that if you're watching me actively collect things and you're on here with me on my quest, and I got the Uchigatana during my gameplay on here, which I did, then it is not considered a spoiler inside the stream. Crystal Sword. Interesting, because usually crystal in these games is really strong, but it breaks very quickly. But in this game, there's no durability, right? Sword fashioned from pure crystal, a deed impossible for a human. Enwreathed with powerful magic, its attack scales with intelligence. The inscrutable Crystallians have but one clear purpose: to safeguard their crystals until the end. One theory posits that they yearn for the return of their creator, who will carve them new brethren. Okay, so I know the Crystallians. I've fought a couple of them as bosses. I didn't realize they were a race. I kind of just thought it was like those two. You like the crystal sword? It sounds cool. I'm not built for it right now, but it sounds cool. That's all good, Nid. I'm glad. Glad I didn't spoil anything for you. Like I said, within the realm of being here, I consider anything that we've like done on stream to be safe to discuss, because it's the stream about this game, but at the same time, I don't want to ruin anybody else's experience. So I'm glad I didn't. Crystallians similar to reptilians? Not in appearance, not in physical nature, I'd say, but I don't know about their personalities. Maybe. Alright. You're one of those. You're one of those jump. You got a flask? Why you got flasks? You like an actual person? You don't look like a person. You don't look like somebody who'd have flasks. How dare you? How dare you? I'm offended. I'm gonna uninstall this game. Just like all those people playing Starfield who can't deal with pronouns existing. I'm sorry. I'll stop, alright? I brought that up the stream too much. They're just making themselves look silly on the internet. It's right there. It's right there for me to point at and be like, look, silly. Do I want to bash this? I guess so.
Please, no. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be.
Yeah, no secrets lie with you. I believe you totally. They bleed white. I don't want to say it, but it's true. So that enemy is a perfumer. He uses one of the new additions to the game. Interesting. I mean, I've seen perfumer bolts and things like that. Like the fiery explosive things.
Wait then. You're not one of them?
I'm not.
What a relief.
Ah, COVID.
Goodness me. I am Albus.
Oh, it's Dumbledore.
Albinoric. As you can see, we're finished.
I didn't put my name in the goblet of fire. Please don't shake me.
The cursemongers have destroyed everything. No one that remains has their wits about them. I beg you. Would you look after this medallion? You must keep it
sure.
out of the cursemongers' hands.
Haligtree. Secret medallion. Where have I heard Haligtree? Where did I hear Haligtree? Oh, search the memory. I said Haligtree, and then I was like, did I pronounce this right? And Matreus was like, yeah, you did. When I also tried Haligtree. I heard it somewhere. Haligtree's secret medallion, right. Alright. Smiles? God dang it. I'm gonna have to search my mind for that
If
one.
you should meet the young Albinoric Latena, then please give it to her.
Yeah, I don't think
A
so.
chosen land awaits us Albinorics. The medallion is the key that leads to the city. It's
Okay.
only a quaint treasure for we who cannot make the journey. But for dear Latena,
Latana is a good girl.
it is needed to fulfill her purpose. My legs will soon fade,
My leg.
and with them my life. Alas, this is the immovable fate of all Albinorics.
Oh, immovable, I get it, because your legs will be gone. Oh, come on, man. 6 foot. Oh. I didn't do it. He was like that when I found him. She does 2 very special things. One I learned after watching a video. Alright, well, maybe if she's a good enough girl, I'll give her, Ivory Sickle, huh? I'll give her the medallion. Maybe. But I think I probably want it. What's with medallion halves in this game, huh? Who splits a medallion in 2? I was willing to accept that once. With the Dectus medallion. Orson says, I have a floppy disk on my library. Some people call it memories. It's only going to be memories for so long. Floppy disks are hardly permanent. Altair says, random, but have you ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender? If yes, do you remember the Cabbage Man? No to both of those questions. I have not watched it. I'm starting to, like, watch some things that I missed out on. Aw, man. Why are you Albinorics all, like, against me? Interesting. They got, like, maybe they're affected by something? But I've never watched Avatar. Should I? My cabbages. Mark says, Ricky, if people didn't split medallions in half, it'd be way too easy to get into the Cave of Wonders. Said, is that really... That's what the whole lore is built on? They all watched Aladdin. Alright, I can summon Horalu, but I told myself I wouldn't summon this whole game, so... Or not Horalu, excuse me, Nefeli-Lu. I've still yet to meet Horalu. Gotta show up at some point. I haven't met Gold Mask either. I've seen pictures of Horalu. Back at the round table. It says, I personally just think Albinorics are just racist toward Tarnished like everyone else. It might be. Oh, hi. What the heck? Chill. Chill. You think you're the Capra demon or something? You got a dog? Really? Really, man? You wish you were the Capra demon. 2 dogs. Crucible knot talisman. Oh, come on, man. You gotta call it that? I know they're made up of all kinds of different creatures, but I really didn't need to think about that. Alright, let me see. So we got Walmart Capra Demon. Let's look at what he gave us. I don't know why he had a Crucible thing. That's interesting. Because we've gotten other Crucible stuff, but only from Crucible Knights. Reduces damage and impact of headshots. Wow. That must really be a favorite talisman of the community, huh? I imagine most builds are probably wearing that. A talisman fashioned from a bony knot that embodies the aspects of various creatures. I'm sure it does. Said to have grown on the human body long ago. Reduces damage and impact of headshots taken. A vestige of the crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution. It was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but now is increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Okay. Weird. Why did that guy have it? Yeah, Capra at home, exactly. He did hit me pretty hard though. I didn't expect the 3 jumps to all be like one after another. Those jump attacks. He could have killed me in that moment. But I'm definitely like over leveled for this area. Otherwise, he could probably have been a little bit challenging. I'd sense. Rune Arc. All right, so that might essentially like wrap up this area for me. Is this a jump down kind of situation? Didn't expect death. Oh, I see. Fliffers is back. Any sins to confess? Confess to Flashlight Chan. I murdered a boss, but it was a boss that was attacking me with 2 giant clubs. So if Flashlight Chan judges me off of that, I think Flashlight Chan would have to judge me off of pretty much everything that I kill in this game. I murdered an Omen killer, so let's think about the lore here again then. We've heard Omen. It was originally Margit the Fell Omen. But then I encountered somebody at the Rose Church? Is that what it's called? Yeah, at the Rose Church that fought like him. And I'm like, what is this, a weird mini Margit? And then, I'm trying to think about the order of things. I don't remember where I heard the word Omen come up outside of there. But I'm like, okay. Hey, L!
To at Leopold Blaze for my sub gift. I'd is this pop-up still here, so I'ma just send it out to get rid of it. Sorry for the tag.
I appreciate that, L. And Leo. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Somewhere after I fought the thing at Rose Church, I heard somebody mention omens. And I was like, okay, the Fell Omen then wasn't just a unique nickname for Margit. Omens are actually a thing.
Put this time.
Okay, she doesn't have anything else to say to me. I just brought justice to the whole place. So I was like, okay, maybe omens are a thing, and Margit was like a particularly strong omen, and then I found that one in the Rose Church. And now this guy was an omen killer. So he would take out things that were like Margit. Now, I don't know what the omens stand for. I don't know what their deal is, like, as a group. Margit just seemed to want to get rid of me because I was tarnished. But I don't know if omens are just anti-tarnished. I imagine there's probably more to it than that. There's a lot of groups to keep in mind. I don't think I've, you know, filled too much out on the omen lore front. Like I have much more than that to go off of yet. Although I did find a shackle for Margit at one point. I don't know what that does, like lore-wise, what the implications are there. But I found one. I think it was at a store though, and I don't believe that I bought it, so I can't read it. Like a shop owner had it. Patches had it. Okay, interesting. Margit's shackle, useful item. Is it useful after Margit's gone? I mean, like, maybe Margit isn't gone. Because he did say something that sounded like he was gonna come back and be a nuisance when I beat him. So maybe saying, like, assuming he's gone is not the right way to approach that. Okay, another grace. This game is strange about its, like, allotment of graces. I am almost a half hour past our ending point. I've just been enjoying hanging out with you guys and talking. And tomorrow I don't have work, so I'm not, like, as quick to get off. So we'll stick around a little longer, but I probably got to think about, you know, wrapping stream someday here. I got a lot of unexplored land in here. Virgil time? Oh, because you got the katana, Nid, I see. I was confused for a second. I was like, how am I Virgil? But Nid is Virgil because you got the katana. Got it. I really need to play Devil May Cry. Question for you guys. If I play Devil May Cry, should I start with the first game? It kind of seems like that would be obvious. What was that spell? Was he gonna put me to sleep? Is that what that is? Crab egg, strip of white flesh. Do you, bro? If you need to head out, it's completely understandable. I'm good at the moment. I'm having fun, but I'm just giving a heads up that I gotta start considering it to be responsible, you know? You can, but honestly, you don't have to. DMC 3 first, says Haruru and Matreus. Now, is that still good if I, like, don't know anything about the games? Like, I really don't know the characters and things like that? I've told you guys, currently I hate Dante. Well, okay, hate's a strong word. I don't hate Dante. Currently, I dislike Dante. I think he's kind of lame. I think his one-liners don't land. But I haven't actually played the game. I've just gotten, like, bits and piece exposure to it. I've never watched a Let's Play. I've just seen people playing, like, some separated section of it. And I've seen the occasional clip or something. So I don't think that my feelings on Dante are valid until I've had some time with the actual game, you know? Because he seems like he should be pretty close to Leon Kennedy, who I like, but it just doesn't work for Dante, in my opinion. So I want to play the games and see if I actually feel that way or not. I think it'll still be fine if I play it and I don't like Dante. I'm okay if that ends up happening, but I want to give it a shot. Dante is half Joker, half tired of BS, I see. You remember playing DMC1 when I was in your 40s? Oh yeah, Orson? Wait, hold on, I need to scroll back up again. I've missed some of what you guys said. I need to find an easier way to scroll back up. Maybe I need to get like a secondary device or something that, or like a touch screen. That would be really cool, actually. If I had a little touch screen pad that I like connected via USB up to my computer and popped the Twitch chat out and just put it on there. So that way, instead of having to alt-enter and scroll back up on this chat, I could just like scroll up with my finger and read what you guys said. That's an upgrade idea for the future. It won't upgrade too much from us in terms of what you guys can see, but I guess it would mean that you wouldn't see me like have to alt click out of the game and things like that. Mark says, yeah, play them in order. The first 3 are bundled on Steam anyway. So you're the only one that said that so far. But you tend to have similar opinions on things sometimes to me. So it's easy for me to consider that a little heavier, but it looks like 3 people here have recommended 3 first. Haruru, Matreus, and Nid. 3 is a prequel to 1? Alright. DMC 3 is a prequel to 1, okay. Chronologically, it's 31425. Wow. Orson says, I remember playing DMC 1. Oh, I read that. How does 2 come after 4? Responsibility's overrated. Well, I got a lot of things relying on me in my real life. So, I gotta make sure that the job doesn't go under. That's sort of the most important facet currently. Nid says, just don't play 2 or DMC Devil May Cry. Don't play 2? I understand not playing the weird, like, offshoot, but technically 2 comes after the anime? Oh, God. You guys don't realize it? The more I'm reading of what you're saying here, the more it's discouraging me from playing. Just because it's one of those, like, convoluted mishmashes. Start with 3, don't play 2, but 2 comes after 4, and 3 comes before 1, but technically 2 comes after the anime. Phoenix says, I like the AMVs for Devil May Cry, but never really played the games. I see. An iPad? Yeah, I mean, an iPad might be like a little overkill, because I don't think I'd use it for other things. It might be a little overkill just for that one purpose. If I can find some kind of like cheaper touchscreen that I can just like put as like a, you know, a small third monitor and just pop chat over there. But if it's got to be an iPad, maybe I can get like an old refurbished one. It says there's no way 2 comes after 4. And Nick says, I've never really been a gamer, so take any of my advice with a grain of salt. That's fair. Mark says, what? I'm pretty sure it's 31245. People are weirdly hateful of 2. I really don't get why. I see. No one needs to watch the anime. That's good to hear. Oh dear. Nid says, listen, Ricky, the more you don't want to play it, the more freedom I have to use Dante gifts in the Discord without worrying about ruining the experience for you. Oh, so you're sabotaging on purpose. I see. Just ignore these people and play them in the friggin' release order? Yeah, but see, that's what I said about, like, Yakuza, and everyone, including you, tells me that I'm wrong there. Cheap tablet? Yeah, I just need a cheap tablet. It's like what I did for my facial tracking. Because I use an Android phone. Say what you will, some people hate Android. Some people are literally like, ugh, if I say I have an Android. It's whatever, okay? I have a Google Pixel, and I really only got it because it was like the best camera phone out there at the time. It was a Google Pixel 3, and I was going to Korea, and I wanted to take some nice pictures. So I'm like, I need no new phone, I want to take nice pictures. What has the best camera? So anyway, that's where I was. And I had gotten sick of Apple and their customer support because it was awful. I had an iPhone before. But when it came to facial tracking, I got this model. I wanted it to be a little bit more accurate and all that. iPhones are currently like unsurpassed in terms of phones and webcams for facial tracking. because Apple has the patent on some facial tracking software that other places can't use yet, and it's just better. Android's come up with some things that are like close, but not quite there. So for my facial tracking, I went out and I bought a cheap refurbished iPhone 10. I think it was a 10R that I have. And I really only use it as a webcam, essentially, to track my face, because it's got that technology in it. So I'd probably do something similar with the iPad or something. I don't need to pay big bucks if I only have one use for it. Oh god, not the lobsters. My Bostonian is coming out. Friggin' lobsters. Anything good inside here? I had to go back to the R real quick. I almost said anything good inside here. And I'm like, no. Correct it. Fight back the Bostonian. Don't let him win. The Bostonian that I have inside. Lobsters. Either way, all DMCs lead to 3 being the best one. Wait, so you're saying 3 is the best one and I should start there? Wouldn't that just set me up for disappointment at all the other ones? Oh, this is just the Grace again. Man, I don't know why I'm getting slightly lost here. It's not a very complicated area. It's probably because I'm glancing and talking at the same time. Curse of a streamer. Because I never got lost in games when it was just me sitting down and playing. Try to say the crazy... I was crazy once in Boston voice. I still haven't memorized the copy pasta for that one, actually. Phoenix says, if this isn't a test to my gaming prowess, I mainly played Madden, however Mass Effect is my favorite game series. What about Andromeda? Did you play that one? Your answer is very important. You can actually play any game in the series in any order. I'm starting with 5. I'm gonna do 5 and then 1, then 4, then half the anime, then 3. Then 2, and then the other half of the anime. And then DMC Devil May Cry. No, you heard a lot of bad things? Okay, fair. See, I gotta balance the part of me that wants to make jokes, and then the part of me that honestly just wants people to have fun doing whatever they do. Because I was gearing up to give you a hard time if you had played Andromeda and enjoyed it. There's literally nothing wrong with playing Andromeda and enjoying it. But also that game was such a mess. I gotta balance it on here. I hope you guys realize sometimes if I give you hard times for things, unless it's an actual serious topic, I usually don't mean it. I'm usually just mussing with you, or being exaggerative about an opinion. Hyperbolic, I should say, probably a better word. About an opinion for the sake of entertainment. But that being said, Andromeda's garbage, and I'm glad you didn't play it. It says, just know that I've been restraining myself from DMC memes in the chat because I know you're considering playing. I really appreciate that, Nid. We're, pretty big on the no spoilers here. And I wouldn't necessarily give somebody a hard time for coming into my chat and talking about a spoiler to an unrelated game from what we're playing, if they didn't already hear from me that I didn't want to hear about it. Because you can't just assume everything out there in existence is a spoiler to everybody. But as soon as I say, oh, please don't give spoilers to that individual thing because I'm considering playing it. What the heck was that? Oh, weird. Oh, it's like the snails. I remember them. Okay. As soon as I request it in my own streaming space, I just want people to to please respect it. So I appreciate that about you. There's a lot of people who don't respect those things. And it's like, come on. There are so many places that you could go all throughout the internet to discuss this thing that I don't want to discuss. But I only have one place to actually be in my stream, you know? I only have, like, I gotta be in my stream to be in my stream. I can't go other places. But some people get real mad if you ask them to do things. I don't know, the internet's not really helped there because this culture of, like, everybody feeling like everybody else gets offended at everything has bred in a lot of people the desire to just be as offensive as they want to be to spite everybody else because they're sick of it. And for some, it instills this notion in their head that being a jerk is cool, or they've convinced themselves that, you know, they just say what everybody else is thinking and is not brave enough to say. When in reality, a lot of times other people don't say it just because they disagree or they're being, you know, a reasonable person. There's a lot of that out there. And I get it. For sure. There's a lot of ways to get jaded out there. A lot of the groups of people who make fun of other groups of people for being easily offended tend to be even more easily offended than the groups that they're making fun of, which tends to be kind of the irony of the situation, but they convince themselves they're not. And then the other group realizes that they're more easily offended, and then therefore all of the same insults work for everybody, and we just get into a strange feedback loop of insulting each other all the same way all the time. And it drives people toward not caring about other people's feelings in general. And so a lot of times when I see somebody come in who's being jaded and annoyed by people's preferences or getting called out on stuff, I get it, and I don't fully blame them for being that way. I think the internet's done a lot of that. But all the same, can't necessarily expect to act that way and get away with it in my stream once I've asked you not to. I've had a few people think they could. None of you, none of the regulars. Again, whenever I say this stuff, it's usually just somebody who's come in one time and then quickly was no longer part of the stream because they didn't vibe with it, or I didn't vibe with them. If it was one of you guys, I'd just talk to you directly, because I'm not a passive-aggressive person. If there's an issue, I either say something during stream or I DM somebody later. Here, I want to scroll up because I've been talking a lot while fighting, and I'm sure you guys have said stuff. Let me see. Trey says, I hate DMC Devil May Cry. At least you play the worst one last. Fair. Except that one angel weapon. Angel aesthetics can be cool. Not the reboot. It says, oh, I read that one, okay. If Commander Shepard isn't involved, I don't want to play it. Were you female Shep or male Shep? Phoenix. Atreus says, when you can... Oh, that's in relation to something somebody else said, okay. Altair says, Mass Effect is really a fun game series. Tried Mass Effect Andromeda. Could not get past the first few planets before getting bored of the game. There was a lot of tedious work in that game. Like a lot of the rover, like the car, I don't remember what the car was called. A lot of the stuff you had to do with that. So tedious. Elle says, it doesn't hurt to ask in advance, you know, it's courtesy. Yeah. If you're in somebody else's space, good to ask. I try to be, like, very lenient as much as I can. Very, very seldom does anybody get banned on this channel. Even if they've, like, pushed it a little bit. Very seldom does anyone get banned. Unless it's an accident, like Azeril dude. or if they come in the very first time and they're just here to cause issues. That happens once in a while. Somebody who comes in just to try and say slurs or something, like that happened last stream. Of course, those people are auto bans, and anybody who comes in and is like, you want to be famous? Like the actual bots. Not people making the jokes, but the actual scammers. They get banned. I'm fixing my tracking, by the way. But in terms of like actual viewers, I've got a very big, like, I might give you, if you give me guff, I'll give you guff. I talk back to viewers a little bit. Some people don't like that. But it's usually just to make sure that we're on the right page, and ultimately, it takes a lot for a normal viewer to get banned on this channel. That being said, it's very easy to get banned if you actually go do the, you know, if you're purposefully trying to. I'm not taking on any challengers right now, please. Nid says, I watched someone play 5 who was completely spoiled on the ending because of memes, and it felt kind of sour because of it. I haven't seen too many Devil May Cry memes, so I don't think I've been spoiled. Trey says, do you ever push L1 on your horse? Occasionally. I was doing that on the mannequins. What are they called? I said it earlier properly. Now I'm saying mannequins again. Marionettes? It says, especially if Ricky's gonna actually play 5 first. I don't think I'm gonna play 5 first. I was just kidding. Although the order I said, whatever it was, probably would have been an interesting experience. Elsa's spoilers don't work on me because I forget very easily, but it still affects the mood. I sometimes forget. I have almost like the dream... I have like the dream period, you know, the fleeting moments after you wake up. If somebody says a spoiler and I really didn't want to hear it, sometimes, if I catch quickly enough that I want to focus away from it, I can not commit it to long-term memory and it like flickers away. I have gotten somewhat good at that. I had to practice that, and I'll legitimately forget. It's not just a copium, I'll pretend I didn't see that. I legitimately forget it. But if I think about it, like if I take the moment to like properly read it out and like think about the words that I'm reading, I have a very good memory. If it actually like stores, it's just there, which is annoying. But it is what it is. I have to catch it. Alright, scrolling. The swordsmanship mod with the katana is really good. Oh, you're using a swordsmanship mod on Elden Ring, Nid? El says, it applies to everyone, but first-timers especially shouldn't feel so entitled to say whatever they want without consequences. But I guess the internet's the internet. Exactly, like, we do a little bit of back and forth bullying here, but... And that's fine. That's true of a lot of streamers. There's a lot of like, oh, bully the streamer, and I like a little bit of that. I think it's funny. But sometimes people come in with the bully the streamer mentality, but they come in with the bully the streamer mentality that's from somewhere else, and they do it in a really awkward way because they haven't felt out the room yet. Hey, Kill, welcome back. Sorry, I'm slowly scrolling through the chat, so I missed you. But hello, welcome back. Yeah, you always gotta feel out the room a little bit first. Like, work your way into the bullying. Yeah, the bots always get sniped on sight, of course. That was a massive accident, not little. Lives were lost for those 2 weeks. It is funny in a way, now that it's fixed, that it happened right before I left town. So I wasn't at my computer. Oh boy. It says, when Ricky needs to know the lore of DMC, I'll be right there to answer everything. I'll definitely play it on stream at some point. I don't know how quickly it's gonna come because we got so much. 2023 is actually releasing a lot of interesting games worth taking a look at. And I got a whole bunch on the docket anyway. Like the Danganronpa series. Anybody like Danganronpa? And also the Yakuza series. the most is putting them in the naughty corner. Oh yeah, I time out people, for sure. Even regulars. If you're like, oh, my form of trolling is gonna be to do the thing that he asked you not to do over and over, then yeah, you're gonna probably see a timeout. Surprised Pikachu face. You did something you were asked not to do and got timed out. Phoenix says, I played both Sheps, mainly male, but I wanted to do both to see different endings. Oh, gotcha. I like Jennifer Hale, or at least I did for a time. She ended up getting like a little too too prevalent, and I know that's not fair to say. Like, a voice actor getting a lot of work is good, but for a little while Jennifer Hale was like the voice of everything. I feel like. Treya says, I wish I could forget spoilers, I'm a grudge holder. Like, it has to be done just right. I'm still not that good at it. But, like, there's been some that people have said for Elden Ring, and I legit can't remember. I can remember moments of you guys being like, that's a spoiler, don't read this! But I had already read it, but I can't remember the thing at all. Which, because I did that little quick thing. Treya says, anyways, if any DMC suggestions were to happen, 1 through 3 so you can be used to Dante's style. I may just end up playing them in order. We'll see. But you say 3 is a prequel. I'll consider playing that first, but I'll probably play 1 and 2 anyway. As long as, like, they're not super long engagements. I don't know how long those games tend to be. Trey says, Jay Blair learned the hard way by never playing Dante. Oh, I see. Nid says, yes, the swordsman mod makes it so that the Tarnished isn't an actual buffoon when it comes to swinging a sword. I see. Jen Hale's cool, but she's everywhere, like Tara Strong and Tom Kenny. Exactly. You get a little tired of seeing somebody everywhere. We see that with actors a lot, too, like everybody hating Chris Pratt these days. And Tom Holland. Just because Chris Pratt and Tom Holland are so plentiful, like they're everywhere. Phoenix says, I try not to disrespect anyone in their streams, but some topics I can get fairly critical. It's, you know, everyone's opinionated. But ultimately, like, it comes to a point where you gotta make a choice sometimes, right? If you, like, voicing an opinion's fine, but then if the streamer asks you to stop, you come to a crossroads. You either have to decide, okay, yes, it's their space, I'll choose to respect them in here and I'll stop. Or you choose the more dangerous path of, no, I feel strongly about this, I'm not gonna stop, but basically when you take that path, you have to accept any kind of punishment that comes your way because it is their space, and if you get banned right out, like, by continuing it, I think you have to acknowledge the fact that you knew that was coming. Each game has 20 missions. Okay, that's nice. Consistency. It's a good way to figure out how far you are in it. Ned says, well, I don't dislike them for it. Chris Pratt, Tom Holland, and now Pedro Pascal are everywhere. Yeah, same. I mean, I haven't looked fully into some of the, like, the religious reasons that people don't like Chris. I know he's a Catholic, and not everybody's super happy with Catholics voicing the fact that they're Catholic and stuff like that on the internet, especially if they're a celebrity. So I know some people like dislike Chris for other reasons, but I actually kind of like Chris Pratt as an actor anyway. And he seems like a decent person most of the time. But I don't know the details, so I'm cautious saying that. But he is in a lot of places now. I think he's a really good Peter Quill in Marvel. I loved him in Parks and Recreation. Betrayus says, DMC isn't as long as you think it is. Most of the game time are the levels with cutscenes in between, and the cutscenes aren't that long. Gotcha. Probably 8 to 10 per game in normal mode, maybe 8 to 10 hours. I'm a Catholic, I'll be getting canceled now. I'm not going to cancel you for being Catholic. I'm just saying the internet in general, Matreus, tends to be a little harsh on Catholics. And to be fair, there is reason for that. Catholicism tends to be one of the religions that has pushed harm onto others a little bit more than some others, but that doesn't mean that an individual Catholic deserves hate. There's just reasonable criticism to be had, much like with most things. Altair says the benefit of not paying attention to the big/new things. Like, I like listening to a song that I still enjoy that so many people now hate because I wasn't paying attention to when it was getting overplayed. Yeah, that's why I never listened to radio much, so it didn't destroy songs for me. Phoenix says, I have no issues with discourse, but most of the time people don't agree with my takes. I tend to be a critical thinker, and I've noticed many people aren't very good at that. I want to say same, and I think I will, because there are a lot of people who underthink on the internet, so I think it actually, like, the bar for being a critical thinker that thinks more than the average internet goer is not that high. But at the same time, I'm always a little cautious about that, because that's another thing, like I mentioned earlier, when I'm talking about, like, people who want to be jerks on the internet, who have convinced themselves that they say the things that nobody else is willing to say, but everybody's thinking it, have sometimes only convinced themselves of that, and it's not actually true. The same goes for the occasional person who has convinced themselves that they're a critical thinker. They just think that the things they're saying are really smart, but ultimately they're kind of wrong. So you always got to check your own. You always got to check your own ego a little bit too. But having spoken to you before, Phoenix, on numerous occasions, I'd say that you're probably right about that. I think you seem to be a little bit more introspective than the typical internet goer. On average, completion for a new player, not replaying on harder modes. It's just longevity. Gotcha. I mean, it's nice to have a shorter game once in a while. I was very daunted to start this one, and I'm nowhere close to finishing it, especially because I'm trying to be thorough. I don't stream. You know, this will change if I actually officially go full time. Let me see. Could I have traveled along this path? I'm not sure. Let me go over here. This will change if I ever officially, like, go full time and can stream for my job, because then I can stream, like, you know, 6 hours a day or more. And then, you know, spend my other couple hours a day doing the off-stream stuff that always needs to happen as maintenance. But for the moment, streaming 3 times a week for 4 hours a pop, so 12 hours total, it's nice to have some games that aren't as long, especially if it's a big series. Like hearing that... Can I go up here or no? I guess not. I'm just trying to clear some of the map here a little bit. Maybe I'll walk this way and see if it works. Hearing that the individual games in Devil May Cry are probably somewhere around 8 to 10 hours. Oh, I can get up there, but maybe not from down here. All right. That's good news for me. That means I'll actually be able to properly, like, play through a series without it taking 15 million years. So Elden Ring is still going to take quite a while, even if I only stuck to one playthrough. Alright. I underestimated Torrent's jumping ability on that last one right here. Organized religion is just in general. Yeah, I mean, that's very different for people. People are so complicated. Different people need different things. I'm not a big fan of organized religion either. But there's a lot of organized religion that kind of keeps to itself. I think Catholicism, for the most part these days, is a lot better at keeping to itself than it used to be. But it depends on the country, and it depends on the groups. There's the Westboro Baptist Church that tends to create a lot of issues. But I think most Catholics don't accept them as part of them. They're kind of extremists. And then there's, like, the groups you'll see, like when I went to Korea. There were tended to be Catholics picketing at any, like, major corners in the city for people who have not yet joined on to being a Catholic, because they're, like, such heavy believers in it that they legitimately think that other people's souls are in peril by not being Catholic. So they're like, they believe that everyone they get to sign up to being Catholic is somebody that they're actually saving the soul of, and they also look down on people heavily if they say, no, I don't want to be Catholic, because they see that as like sinner behavior. That stuff I don't like. That's like, get it out of the face of others. Stop using it to harm others. But in terms of like finding your people, finding safety, finding organization, like finding family and religion, I got no problem with that. That sounds like a good thing. Atreus says we try to weed out the crazies for sure. They don't speak for us. Yeah, every group has its crazies. It's another reason why, like, I have a really hard time with people who only see things through anecdotal evidence, especially if they only see things through anecdotal evidence, but then also completely avoid certain groups, so that it is completely impossible for them to gain anecdotal evidence. I've got a conservative coworker who's like that, who never spends, and has never spent any time with anyone who is liberal or LGBTQ or who uses different pronouns, this or that. His entire perception of anyone who falls into those groups is being some lunatic representation of the, the crazy deformed Wojak images that conservative extreme groups like to pass around the internet to, make goblins out of the people that they don't like. And that's like the only thing that he thinks about. And I'm like, man, you gotta expand your life experience a little bit. Ultimately, if you want to keep those ideals, it's like, if you want to experience things and then still come to your conclusions, so be it. But at least, like, give a chance to experience it. Hey, P.O., how's it going? Good to see you. Phoenix says, I ultimately think it depends on the church. I am Christian myself, but I think there are many fake Christians that create a false perception of religion. Yeah, that's sort of where I was going with the whole, like, conservative coworker example, too. The fact that there have been some crazy Christian groups, like Westboro Baptist Church and things like that, create in the eyes of non-religious people some, like, false perceptions that applies to more. Same with the weird, like, Wojak imagery of the internet that tries to scare you away from any group you're not a part of. Humans are complicated, alright? Most of us have got some good in us. Let me alt-tab out again. P.O., what you writing down this time? Let me see. Did someone say crazy? I don't see no crazy people here. It's alright, Orson. Most of them are just in text form. Treya says P.O.'s writing all this down to increase her cult strength. Uh-huh. Yeah, P.O.'s a big documenter. I respect it. I do the same thing. I got all these different, like, files of information out there. Altair says, one thing that has always confused me is when people don't understand that Catholics are also Christians. I see so many people who say that Catholicism is not part of Christianity. Some of it's infighting, too. There's definitely some Christians that say we don't accept Catholicism as part of our religion, but they use the we when it doesn't really apply, which happens a lot, too. I'm not a religious person, by the way, if anybody was wondering about me. I don't, it feels weird to call myself an atheist, because it's more like, I don't know. If there was, I don't think I'd be that much more surprised by finding out that there was a god out there in the universe somewhere than I would be by finding out that there wasn't. Because the universe is big and complex. I'd be pretty surprised if it was exactly as any one particular religion, like, pictured it. If it was like, oh, this religion was 100% correct about God, I'd be like, wow. That does surprise me, but I'm leaned toward the there's no gods aspect of things, but also I'm like, humans in the greater scheme of the universe, we know nothing. We're stupid. We're we're a stupid, non-advanced civilization who is only at the very like brink of even existing in terms of the universe. And if we don't end up, you know, accidentally killing ourselves with the direction that we're going in, we got a lot of growth to do. So who am I to say what is or isn't right? All I can go off of is whatever I decide to put more stock into, whether it's scientific evidence or faith or whatnot. You know, it's fair for everybody to find their own routes. It's all important, honestly, in the grand scheme of us getting information and understanding the universe. I think the spiritual element is probably just as important to pursue as science. Maybe that's a hot take. I think a lot of people wouldn't want to hear that. And strange to hear from an atheist, I suppose, but I don't know. I just try to keep an open mind. Elle says, for people who are gathering to hate on the gays, they seem to be very obsessed with the gays. I don't know, bro seems gay to me. Interesting thing to just read by itself, Elle, but I know what you mean. Let me scroll down a little bit. Phoenix says, the biggest issue is that people tend to pick and choose parts of the Bible to create their false narrative of Christianity. Yeah, I mean, some Christians do that, too. Wiki joins the Shinto religion. Maybe. Are there thighs there, Haruru? I don't know about it. Pio says, I just think that when Jesus comes back here, I think he'll be with the minorities, LGBTQ+, etc. I mean, if he's as described in the Bible, he should be. But some people don't want to think that way. Phoenix says, I've seen too much to not believe in the paranormal as well as a higher power. Yeah, I mean, so that, like, there's definitely something going on out there. And I could go into science for it too, because we tend to like think that we're on the top of everything because our perception is that we're so smart and we understand everything, blah blah blah. There might be entire dimensions we don't see in anything that, I mean, in fact there are entire dimensions we don't see, and that's a fairly believed in, I guess it's not proven, but it's a fairly believed in scientific theory. So it very well could be that things that we see as random happenstances or guided happenstances could actually be intentional patterns of something else that's just outside our current perception. Just like, you know, if we were providing resources to single-celled organisms, you know, or germs, whatever, you know, if we were creating a colony in a petri dish or doing some experiment where we were putting together like ideal circumstances, and we put some things that eat these germs over here and we put some things that feed them over here, and we're doing all this, from their perspective life would just be happening, right? We don't friggin' know. So closing your mind off to anything is probably not the right way to go about things. That being said, I completely understand the human nature to need to like lean into one of the ways of thinking about stuff, because if you just lean into the fact that we know nothing ever and can't get any answers, sometimes that's not nice for mental health. Like, people need to find the thing that they feel is right, and that's probably their part to play in terms of like, I don't know, advancing things, I guess. Going to bed, Floofers. Thank you for being here. I hope the topic didn't get too deep for you. I think we're going over it in a fairly respectful way. I hope so. That's the goal. Orson says, hey, Ricky, come on. There are gods. We have God of Wars, Loki, Thor. Yeah. I think probably the Norwegians got it right in terms of gods. Fucking love gay people, Ned. Good for you. Phoenix says I was talking about all people, not just non-religious. Yeah, makes sense. Let me see, I'm trying to catch up. Shinto is the belief that there is a deity in every single object. Oh, that one, right. Actually, that's kind of cool. Pio says, how did your Elden Ring stream sidetrack this far, Ricky? It goes places, Pio. I can't always keep track of it. Actually, we've been on a lot of topics that, if not handled properly, could be bad this entire stream. Even just talking about game developers and things, because I was criticizing a well-known and very loved game developer as well earlier. But I like these sort of things as long as everybody can keep it respectful and we can approach it in an open-minded way. I love this kind of like stuff. Elle says, let's just all be head-empty blobs who needs comprehension of the world. Yeah. Where's the Elden Ring play, though? I mean, we've had so much of it that we're over an hour past the time where I was supposed to stop. So that's why we're mostly just talking now. I have fought, like, I don't know, 4 bosses. Maybe more this stream. Have a good night, floofers. Scientifically, the conservation of energy states that energy can't be created or destroyed. The same can be associated with our souls, which is why we feel energy around us at certain times. I do believe in that. We haven't decided, like, we haven't figured out what a soul is, but we haven't figured out what most of the brain is either. Whatever comprises our what we call consciousness or sentience has to come from somewhere. And that energy goes back out there somewhere, whether it stays together or just dissipates into, like, waves, whatever it is. I think both science and religion agree that it has to go somewhere. Matreya says, I do prefer a good thigh over a boob, Altair. I can share in that. I missed Altair's message on that. Oh, the best religion is 100% ideology. Okay, there it is. That makes Matreus not sound so crazy now. More Elden Ring, less poli-sci talks. That's my speciality. I'm sorry, Pio. Is this your stream? I didn't realize. I'll let you. I'll let you play. Did you expect to come here and see me fighting a boss, not staring off into the fog and talking about God? Pio has the Elden fever. Yeah, she's even more addicted than I am now, I think. Elle says, again, very not used to you saying fuck. It's always so funny because I'm used to you instinctively substituting it everything but a swear. Did I say it again? I say it sometimes. I'm not afraid of swearing. It's just I don't tend to work it into my everyday language. Oh, it's you mean because I read what was it, Floofers' message? I think no, it was Nid's message. I think that's what it was. I think I remember now. Yeah, so I tend to read it more often than I actually say it. I was like, I don't feel like I would have put it in one of my own sentences during this. USA, 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 Pio. Uh-huh. Alright, scrolling. I'm this close to buying Elden Ring journal. You need to buy the psychology of Elden Ring as well, Pio. I'm interested. Just don't know what to write. I was thinking about that. I was like, can I come up with one of my ideas for Pio? Because it was an empty journal. I'm like, I'm sure I could think of something cool to do with it, right? I haven't thought of anything yet, though. I'll tell you if something comes to me. Alright, so ultimately, like, we explored... Today's stream wasn't as random and mindless as it may have looked to you guys. Because while we were doing a lot of this talking, I was doing exploration of areas that I intended to clear up. We went back to the rises over here, met some of the NPCs. I traveled down through this whole region here where we didn't have any of our graces, and so I knew it was unexplored. Collected a ton of items, did some Everjails, tried to hit the trees as we passed it. Then we passed through this whole like region and we found the Albanoric village. Got the Halig Tree medallion half and all that. I have been systemically actually exploring unexplored areas to try and clean up a little while we talked. So I've not been meandering as much as it might have appeared. There's been a method to my madness, but at this particular point that I've gotten to right here, look at this. We've filled in the areas that we have maps for pretty darn well in terms of those graces. I've covered a lot of that space that I wanted to cover. So ultimately, I think the next step for us is either to go into the crater, which I kind of forget where it was. It was like over here, I think, but underground. We'd go back to the Eternal City, but people said I might miss things. So the other one would be to go up here into the general area of Lanedell and try to get some of the maps. Like there's a map right there, wouldn't be too hard for me to get, and explore that further. I think that's probably going to be our next actual course of action. But of course, as Matreus says, every time before I end the stream, and I'm already an hour and 12 minutes over our end time, so I should think about ending it. Before ending the stream, I always go back to the Table of Lost Grace, and I make sure that the NPCs... Why are you smiling, Matreus? I make sure that the NPCs don't have anything new to say, or if they do, we get that filled out. So that is our next goal. We'll see if anything I did today has set it off. Oh, it's spooky in here for some reason. Ensha of the Royal Remains. Ensha. Great enemy felled? Great enemy? Wait, hold on, what's happening? Clinging Bone? Wait, did I end up in like some Between Realms round table? It was like dark. That's reminiscent of the alternate Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 3. You guys know what I'm talking about? The alternate world Firelink Shrine with Champion Gundyr, it like might be in another time period. It's just dark everywhere. That's what that felt like to me. What the heck? I'm so confused what just happened. Alright, I got this bone thing. Let's read about it. That's the first step. Where might this be? Is it a charm? No. Is it a key item? No. Although I do want to actually read about the Halig Tree secret medallion, right? Right half of a split medallion depicting the Halig Tree. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Rold, granting access to a hidden path. In other words, the secret medallion will guide the bearer to the land of Miquella's Halig Tree. Miquella. Okay. Miquella, hold on. Miquella was... Miquella... There's Miquella's lilies around. I'm pretty sure I've gotten some Miquella lore. Racking the brain. Racking the brain. It's a weapon. Okay, cool. I'll look at it. Leo, thank you for being here. I hope you had fun. I hope the topics weren't too much. I know not everybody was participating. I know some of those things aren't everybody's cup of tea, That's why we really don't like approach them every stream. But I had some fun talking about this. I think it's like really nice to actually have a discussion on the internet these days in an area where people aren't just trying to rip each other's throats out, you know? It kind of like it's lacking. But I know this stream, like, streams for games are not always the time and place to do it, so I don't do it too often, but I had fun. Clinging Bone, here we go. Horrific weapon made of a hardened skeletal arm wielded by Ensha of the royal remains, fitted by placing one's hand into a fist, into the fists gripped until they dig in. Ugh. Oh, clinging creature, a king relinquishes not the hand. Fitted by placing one's hand into the fist's grips until they dig in. That's nasty. Lifestyle fist, skill that demonstrates mastery of the art of controlling vital energies. A slow, controlled punch with an energy-infused fist that renders foes unconscious and steals their HP. Only effective against foes of human build. Does it put them to sleep and steal their HP? Interesting. It's an arcane weapon and dex. Alright, I gotta check something, because Ensha sort of looked like the person... Yep. I actually could tell from the armor that actually looked like this person that stands against the walls here that was never willing to talk to me. The Edgelord. Why did I suddenly get attacked by the Edgelord? Royal Remains, helm, armor, gauntlets, greaves. Else is understandable as long as you ask before going into it so you can know if people want to engage or not. Oh, you're talking to Phoenix. Gotcha. Armor graced with gold human bones. Worn by the unspeaking adherent of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. Excuse me? Slowly replenishes HP when HP is restored. Oh, reduced. Okay. I cannot speak anymore, guys. That whole, like, brain rot that I have is getting worse. I gotta sleep. It said that the bones belonged to an ancient lord, the Soulless King, the lord of the lost and desperate, who was also known as Ensha. Wait. This was a lord? I'm so confused. Ensha was an ancient lord, but also the unspeaking adherent of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. Because they were actually called Ensha in that world. Gideon, why your bodyguard coming to kill me, huh? Huh?
Journey to the capital, Landa.
Yeah, journey to the capital of Landa. Yeah. Yeah. Got nothing to say, huh? Nothing new? Alright. Killed your bodyguard. He had a new option? Oh, really? Bell Bearing Shop 1. Why is it called Bell Bearing Shop 1? Oh, wait. D's Bell Bearing? Okay. Litany of Proper Death. Order's Blade. I'm not going to be using those, but interesting. Alright, let's go check out the other options. Sorry, I was too quick to leave it. He was saying the exact same things he normally says.
Journey to the capital, Lendell.
Rookie's grumpy at funny NPC kick. Alright, let's see. Show him Saluvis's potion. Oh, okay. Not even related to... Oh, wait, there is Ensha. I'm gonna do the potion first.
Is that potion what I think it is?
I don't know, is it?
Saluvis. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But...
Isn't...
I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me
and see if we can't get one over on the bastard.
Oh god, a decision. See, I don't know how I feel about working with you either, though. Because your henchman just attacked me. But he's like, oh, I'm not gonna stop you, but I'm supposed to give this to Nefeli Lu, which is his adopted daughter. But he might not care that much. He always seems like he doesn't care about anything. Except, like, being the Lord, perhaps. And Saluvis, I'm doing this for Ronnie's side, but he is a jerk. Basically, I'm deciding which jerk I want to help more. I have no problem with Nefali Lu, though. And if I do Saluvis's work, it sounds like it's probably going to be bad for Nefali. So maybe giving to Ofnir is the better choice here. Just to kind of, like, save her. Sir Gideon Ofnir, the big asshole.
Good. I'll dispose of the potion myself. You go and see Selenis, but don't give anything away. Just tell him that you tricked your mark into drinking the potion, as planned. Despite knowing next to bloody nothing, he's so far up his own arse he won't suspect a thing. His inevitable display of arrogance will certainly be a sight to behold.
Alright, hopefully I didn't make a bad decision here, because I don't exactly love Sir Gideon Ofnir, but I got, like, a fairly good feeling about Nefali Lu, so I basically did that to protect her since she was my mark. We'll see. We'll see how it works. I like how Gideon's like, he doesn't know anything. Gideon's just like, with the all-knowing title, he's like, imagine not having knowledge. Psh.
Oh, my apologies for that nasty business.
Oh, your apologies, huh?
Ensha got rather ahead of himself, it seems. As his master, I'd like to express my regret. But now, Ensha is slain and gone. Finished. Forevermore.
Yeah, is that it?
Ah, yes. Allow me to tender some advice in regard to the half of the secret medallion you possess. Find the Albinoric woman. She hides in a cave to the west of the Laskia ruins, which jut from the mist-shrouded lake of Liurnia.
Laskia ruins,
the
okay.
location of the medallion's counterpart, I'm sure.
You should probably head out and get some rest. You need to rest your ankle after spraining it. Just from a simple 1.5 hour walk. You're such a klutz. Take care of yourself, Phoenix. Try and feel better.
Find the Albinoric woman. She hides in a cave to the west of the... She knows...
West of the Laskia ruins. And... is that a ruin that I have found? This is the Rose Church. We got the Temple Quarter. The Academy Gate Town. So he said Liurnia. We got the King's Realm ruins. I think... we don't want to go to Lanedale. Laskia ruins. It sounds familiar, but... Village of the Albinorics, yeah. There we go, Laskia. She's in a cave to the west of that. So... she's gotta be, like, fairly close to the Albinoric village, then, I guess. Maybe down in here? Somewhere. I did a bunch of exploring down in that region. I'm kind of surprised I didn't spot it. Interesting. Well, I guess that's something to keep in mind for next time. Can check this region for the cave. You won't give it away? Okay. But Latenna's a good girl. Well, we'll probably meet her next episode. I really sus this guy. Like, I doubt Ensha just, like, was like, oh, you know what? I gotta kill this person that's been helping us. I feel like Gideon was like, I don't like the fact that he's collecting all these great runes. Can you go kill him? And now... Now that I beat Incha, he's like, oh yeah, he did that. I'm sorry. Anyway. I don't trust you, Gideon. I don't trust you, man. Let's go talk to somebody I do trust.
I asked you not be thankful.
Oh, never mind. He doesn't want to be disturbed. I think you actually can trust the Dung Eater is the thing. As weird as that sounds, I think the Dung Eater is so, like, obviously blatant with what he's going to do, what he's about, what kind of person he is, that, like, he's like, I'm just gonna kill you and defile your corpse. It's like, yeah, I believe you. You know? He might not be promising good things. I'm not saying, like, trust him with your life. But I think you can trust what he says.
Always good to see you safe. So, maybe I should tell you.
Yeah?
Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all.
Okay. I appreciate that, Roger. Honestly, I still don't really know what's going on with him. He's like sitting here. I can't tell if it's a blanket on his lap. There's like brambles coming out from around him. There's flies everywhere. The only time I've really seen like those brambles that I can remember are on the corpse of D when he was killed by what's her name? Fia the Deathbed Companion. There we go. That's Horalu. I want to meet this guy. Horalu. I don't know. Possibly Fia. Erdtree. Good night, Uncle Roger. He was an okay person. Seemed a little lazy, not that good at stuff, but he was alright. Alright, let's check with these guys in here.
Greetings. Are you here for spit? I can hear it for the house.
Okay, she's still got the same stuff. What about you?
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arm.
Okay, nothing new. Great eulogy. It came from the heart, you know? Man, I wish I could just, like, hug the spot where, where Fia the Deathbed Companion sat and get the same kind of interaction with it. Just put my face there and have the ability to get the blessing of the baldachin. Hey, you're down here. I see. Hello. I expected somebody would be down here one day. What's with the judging? Just to, you know, have an option to have the baldachin's blessing. At this point, I gotta keep it. I gotta keep it just because I wouldn't be able to get it again, you know. Pio, did you hug Fia? Did you hug Fia in your playthrough? Because if nobody told you about it, you might have a debuff right now. Somebody probably told you though. And by the way, Pio is good with Pio's good with Elden Ring backseating, so I'm not worried about spoiling Pio here too much.
Ah, you. Please, leave me be. It's pathetic, I know, but I need to think.
Why do you want to know? Hey, listen. I'm not, what is it, Shuta? who you approached like that. Because, Pio, I'm trying to help you out. Listen, if you hugged her, she gave you a health debuff. The game doesn't tell you that. Not directly. But if you have the Baldachin's Blessing in your inventory from hugging her, you have a health debuff, alright? It takes away from your health. Wouldn't matter, Pio's a caster, HP is trash anyway. I mean, sure, but anytime you can survive an extra hit. I've had so many times in this game where I've been brought down to such a small sliver of health I could barely see it. In fact, in all the Dark Souls games. So if you ever have like a little bit of HP gone, you hug no one, that's how you get hepatitis. Sounds like somebody who knows from experience by hugging people, Pio. You and your using a controller that was used by 6,000 other people at the convention.
You, please. It's pathetic.
All right, everybody wants me to leave them be here. Fine. I'm just the tarnished who's going around killing all of the great lords you guys have never managed to, and collecting all the great runes and going to Lanedell, and I got all the medallion pieces and doing all your quests. But sure, if it's inconvenient for you, I guess we're not going to talk right now. You're welcome. What can I say? Except you're welcome. People. Jeez. Alright, let me see what I have here. Currently, my flask restores half of total HP and significantly negates damage. Let's see what else we have. Steadily restores HP for a time. Alright. Restores half of total FP. Nope. Temporarily boosts stamina is cool. Temporarily boosts stamina recovery speed. Oh, that's better. That's what I thought this was. Temporarily boosts dexterity. Alright. Temporarily boosts faith. Fire attacks. Enhanced charge attacks for time. I could use that. Causes concoction to explode in a mixed fizz. Wait, why? I can't give it to an enemy, can I? Won't this just blow me up? That doesn't sound good. I think I'm good with what I currently have. Half my life, it's not that great, but for the no-hit runners, how would that be no hit? Oh, it's far worse for the no-hit runners, you're saying. Oh, I see. All right, let me scroll back up a little. Hey, missing context. OMG. I know what you've been up to, Pio. I know where your hands have been. It's ironically what happens when you hug one armadillo, really? Ned says, no, I did not make out with Fia for 3 hours as an experiment to see if the buffs stack. I believe you, especially since you said it unprompted. Betrayus says, my bad, it was leprosy. If you hug an armadillo, you get leprosy? Excuse me? Armadillos drink too. Have I been saying armadillo? I might have. Mixing them up with quesadillas because I'm a little hungry. Anybody want to give me an armadillo, please? I'm outside of my eating hours, but I'm so snacky right now. Ned says, and on an unrelated note, the buffs don't stack. Leprosy, we have the cure. Hepatitis, no cure. Look it up. I mean, maybe I will. Maybe I will, Betrayus. But not because you told me to. Because I want to. I know that platypuses are poisonous. I almost mentioned them earlier, too. When you said the armadillo things, it made me think of platypuses, but I didn't. And now you said it, and that's really weird because they're not actually that connected. But they're only poisonous if you get, like, if you touch their little spikes. On their feet, I think. Like their back leg spines or whatever. Okay. Let's exit the game here. We're not doing any more Elden Ring. I'm gonna move over to the just chatting kind of look here in a second. Bees lose the ability to fly when there's no light. Matreus has entered a new profession. I can tell. I hope you guys had fun. This stream was a little bit unhinged today. Not like in the craziest way, like unhinged sounds like, but it's just sort of like there wasn't really any plan, there wasn't really any sense to it. I mean, except for my traveling. Like I said, there was a method to my madness for that. And Pio, I don't know if you noticed, I got the hairpin in. I got the little squiddy cat pin down below. I'm wearing your stuff. Also on this side of my head, I've got the Castrelia marble from the ball stream. I felt like doing myself up a little bit today. I really do appreciate it. It warmed my heart when you made those things for me. I like to throw them on from time to time. Pio gets triggered when you raid or offline. That is an animal fact too. That's true. The Giga Chad glitter ball. We don't need to talk about that to any kind of like detailed degree here, all right? Pio, it's fine. We don't need. And the best news today, Ricky is actually a cat boy. It's true. Excuse me. I am not. I had a Catboy stream. One. That was the day you got to call me a Catboy. Not today. Like, maybe you guys are slowly gaslighting me into having my next version of myself have cat ears and a tail. Maybe. You can't prove it. But for the moment, I've got human ears. No cat ears. No tail. I'm a human boy. Alright? What's this about a glitter ball? Please, no. We don't need to talk about that, alright? Thank you, Matreus, for the hoodie redeem. Everyone ask Ricky about the Giga Chad glitter ball. I was gonna put on some music for you guys or something, but now I'm not even gonna do it. Let's see who's online. I'm almost 2 hours after the time I was supposed to end. But it's okay today, alright?
7,377 just subscribed.
D. Lopez! Welcome! It's so good to see you. Long time no see. How you doing? Hello, hello. Ricky, answer to Matreus. What? Why? What do I get out of it? Huh? Why do I need to do that to myself? What? I'm about to wrap up stream. Why do I have to end on that topic? Pio, give me a good reason. Give me a good, because this is just Matreus we're talking about, you know. I don't need to. I don't need to humor him. Your audience asked, you know, Matreus asked me a question. Matriyachi. I see how it is. I love you, Matreus. He can't hear me. He peepo left. Anyway, I don't see anybody that I'm like particularly interested in raiding tonight. Maybe we gotta raid Pio. I think she's not streaming. I'm kidding. I think given the list of people on my follow list who are on, which is surprisingly low tonight, I think that we're going to raid Miso Buns. Because I think Miso Buns is the one that we have not raided for the longest out of those. Maybe you should talk about your glitter ball. You know what? If I was going to talk about the glitter ball, I feel like I need to play parts of Kess's stream. And if I play parts of Kess's stream, I don't know if Kess is cool with that or not, you know? I know the VOD's there, but people gotta go over to Kess's channel to find out. I feel like it just doesn't, I feel like it doesn't carry as well without seeing it. So, maybe, maybe, instead, I'm gonna do a little, shout out. Castrelia here. We'll see if the clips are working, because they weren't earlier. Clip or no clip?
No.
Oh, we got a clip. Alright, we'll let it play first then.
Oh my god, no. Mudu, no. Mudu, no. Mudu, no.
I'm stuck under the map.
You're stuck under... How do you get stuck under the map, my guy?
I fell off the roof. And
Emotional damage! Emotional damage.
Oh, so I just constantly play the music wherever I go.
You just constantly play
More
the music.
Goat Simulator. That was a good time over there. You guys can go by Kess's channel and look for the... I think it was probably the most recent stream, but it's one of the most recent streams. If you want to try and find what the right one is, if you click on a VOD and you click anywhere like right near the end... she'd be working on drawing this marble that I currently have on my pin here with the cat paw on it. That was the ball stream, all right? Somewhere around... Okay, you know what? You know what I will do? We can have a little bit of the best of both worlds here. Give me a second. I know I said we're raiding. Give me a second, all right? God, you guys are so impatient. Just wanting me to end stream right away. Sheesh. Alright, I'm copying a link. I'm opening up Opera. I am navigating to twitch.tv/Castrelia. I'm computer sharing. Alright, so over on Kess. Doodlin' Cute Dudes. Here we go. Doodlin' Cute Dudes is the stream. And somewhere here, based on my remembrance of it and staring at this, I'm going to say somewhere around right here. Where am I at? 157? Let's see. Let's see.
I want to know what this is.
Oh, no, this is late. Right here? Nope. 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 Pretty much anywhere where she's already laughing like crazy. I'm helping you guys find it if you want context.
We love you though, honey. And it's gonna do another 10-second count.
Here we go. I'm
of my home in Canada.
Okay, it's at the beginning of this one. There we go.
Gordon, have you had this for long? We've had so many marble matches, bro.
Yeah, okay, listen
Have I
for a
been
second.
blind this whole time? Did you have this for a long time, man?
Listen
Damn.
for a second, alright.
The perish of your ball is the way to a successful game. Is it, Elva?
Alright, here we go. Here we go with
I mean, it's
Siriku.
true.
Here we go with
I mean,
Siriku.
technically, Elva. How can you customize your ball?
How can you customize your balls? That was the starting sentence.
Why you gotta word it like that? Is any good? I don't customize my balls. Glitter! No, Ricky! Well, now we know. Now we know what Ricky does. Okay.
She started dying from that point on that stream. This lasted for a while. And I'm letting it play for a second longer here because of Pio as well, alright?
I'm sorry, it's just so funny. I'm sorry.
Here we go.
I'm not sus.
Right here.
No, Peony. Not the Giga Chan balls. Glitter.
Pio with her Giga Chad balls comment. Alright, so if you guys want to see more of that hilarity, and I think it is worth it, there's a lot of stuff that follows that up, a lot of crazy laughter. That's on that VOD of Kess's called Doodlin' Cute Dudes. And we're currently at 1 hour and 43 minutes, just about 1 hour and 44, all right? And you can see more of that. So that's my that's my promotion of Kess, because Kess has been a great stream to have open while I've been working lately. It has helped uplift a lot of my days, so I'm grateful for it. And also horrible Ricky Ball lore that I did not need. Thanks partially to Pio for egging it on, as always. Missed Nya. Come on, man. We're supposed to be ending stream. Let's see. I see the hood. I don't think I did. I don't think I did miss a Nya. I think that the Nya sound effect was used by Haruru Kenshi. And just again right now, I see that. It's a sound effect, yeah. Hey, Cubine! Hello. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I saw you follow while the channel was off. And I think you know I followed you too. I appreciate it. Welcome. We're actually just wrapping up. I wouldn't have even... Oh, thank you, Matreus. I wouldn't have even been here any longer, except I wanted to give a little shout out to Kess's channel there, everybody. So go check that out. Cubine says, I'm sorry I missed your stream. I'll catch the next one. Hey, don't worry about it at all. At your leisure, man. Happy to see you here, though, and I appreciate it. Who was I gonna raid? Oh yes, Miso. So we will be streaming again on, what is today, Sunday? We'll be streaming again on Tuesday, and Tuesday is going to be Undertale, and I may or may not finish it. I don't know. I heard the game is like 7 or 8 hours long, and I'm like, I don't know, 5 hours in. So there's a chance. If we do finish Undertale on Tuesday, we'll start a new game pretty soon. If we don't finish Undertale on Tuesday, it's very likely that the Friday stream we have this week will be Undertale, just so that we can finish it. And that's sort of the last thing I want to mention. This week's Thursday stream is going to be on Friday, because my work unfortunately said, hey, we need you at 8 p.m. EST on Thursday. And that's exactly when I normally start stream. So this week, we're going to be doing the Thursday stream on Friday. So I'll see you next on Tuesday, and we're going to do some Undertale. And we'll come back to Elden Ring soon enough, too. Don't you worry, because I'm looking forward to actually doing some progression in the Lanedell vicinity. Though I think we're going to start by trying to find that NPC, what is it, Lynetta? Or something like that? That Matreus says is a good girl next time we play. Tuesday, Ricky versus Steven. I don't know who Steven is, but maybe. I could see it happening. All right, we're going to send a raid over to Miso Buns, who is part of the Rubik's group. I believe still. I haven't really communicated with Rubik's too much lately, but I believe Miso's still part of Rubik's. Has her own server too. And she is doing an art stream, although it looks like they're getting up to some kind of game right now. So we'll see what the shenanigans are about. I'm going to start this raid up. I'm going to thank you all for joining today. I hope you had fun. We had some interesting topics. I really want to thank everybody for staying entirely respectful during them. I think the only reason we're able to have conversations like that once in a while is, nobody goes off the rails. And if they really did go off the rails, I'd have to stop doing them for the health of the stream. So I appreciate you all staying respectful. I like to be able to discuss deep topics without it exploding. Yeah. So here's the raid message. Here's the sub-raid message. No, that's the sun raid message. Excuse me. That's different. Here is the the sub-raid message. If you have a sub. And I'll catch you later. I gotta go hydrate and relax. My brain is fried. And you guys have been hearing me all night. I'm not even making any sense. You guys probably aren't even here. I probably didn't even hit start stream. This is all just a delusion of mine. And I'm just sitting in my chair staring at my screen. Oh no, I entered an ad for 25 seconds as soon as I was about to raid. Oh no. Oh no, I'm putting it off. But you guys are gonna raid before I can join in. Oh no. Bye everybody! Spread the love. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.